Dr. C.V. Ratnavati to chair and co-chair the session. I request representatives from Rajasthan, Mr. Dinesh Kumar, Principal Secretary Agriculture, or his representative from Rajasthan to come to the stage. Telangana, Dr. Hanuman, IAS, Special Commissioner Agriculture. I welcome you, sir, to come to the stage. From Maharashtra, Mr. Dashrath Tamble, Director Atma. I welcome you, sir, to come to the stage. And from Uttarakhand, Dr. Dinesh Kumar is there. I welcome sir to come to the stage. Dinesh sir, to come to the stage. Madam. I welcome some officers from Maharashtra. Mr. Dashrath Tamble, Director Atma. Morning, sir was there. Or if he is not there, any other representative from Maharashtra? State Agriculture Department. Yeah. From Karnataka, I call upon Mrs. Nandini, Director Secondary Agriculture. Any representative from Karnataka? State of Karnataka. This is just a panel discussion to share your experiences. Any officers from Karnataka? I hope some of the representatives are not here, but we cannot wait for a long time. So let us start the session. And if any state representative available here who can share his experiences so that we can have cross learnings and success stories from different states, state millet missions, you are most welcome to the panel discussion. Let us start this panel discussion. This particular session will be chaired by Dr. Shubha Thakur and Dr. C.V. Ratnavati. And we have some of the panel members here. And I am handing over mic to chairperson.
Thank you. So we can start the session. I know it's a difficult session after lunch, but we'll try and keep it interesting for you by not making it too boring. So we have on the stage representatives from Telangana, Chhattisgarh, IIMRs, Orissa and Uttarakhand. We're waiting for representatives from Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh, but if they join, and Maharashtra, but we'll begin. So I just want to give a overview of what the government of India is already doing for Nutri-Cereals or millets as they are called. The government of India has a scheme called NFSM, National Food Security Mission, uh, with a submission on Nutri-Cereals. So NFSM, submission on Nutri-Cereals. In this, we give support to the states in the form of seed distribution, cluster demonstrations. We have seed hubs in the states, and this is the basic thing what we do. And while the seed distribution, this is done through the central agencies and also through the state seed corporations. The scheme is presently run in the form of a 60% assistance from the central government and 40% assistance to the state government. Why I'm giving you this background is because many state missions have independently come up, such as Orissa, Assam, Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, where they are totally funding the Orissa, they're totally funding the millet missions from their own budgets. So there are two parallel streams. One is center supported along with state share, and one model is where the states are totally funding their missions. But in light of the International Year of Millets 2023, the government of India will come up with a new scheme, and we will give some more support where it is necessary to promote millets. And we are working on that scheme. It is a work in progress, but we will definitely support the state governments in the new mission in a very, very different way. What we are planning is going through a whole value chain approach. Right now, the government of India just focuses on, as I mentioned, seed production, distribution, cluster demonstrations. We give money to IIMR also, 100% funding we give to IIMR for many projects which they undertake. But that is limited to the production side. So in the new mission which will come up, we'll have a value chain approach. We will converge our different missions across the government of India, such as Ministry of Food Processing Industry. We will involve the private sector also, but those details are still being worked out. So in light of this, we would like to hear what the state governments are doing for millets, what approach have they taken, and they can also share how successful it is and what are the shortcomings which they want to address. So you want to say a few words?
So, respectively, Chairperson Ms. Subha Thakur and other state representatives and all the participants and delegates, I would like to add to the points what Ms. Subha Thakur added. Actually, Government of India has identified in 19 states 2 districts in each state. So the 2 districts are going to have a mission mode production and value chain projects on the millets, and the districts agricultural officers are actively participating in this, and district collectors and the agricultural officers. So all the states, you can, whoever the delegates, the state representatives are not here, they can actively participate and activate. I'm talking to the entrepreneurs. You can talk to your own state, what are the districts, and we are having the farmers. You can, we are activating the farmers to grow more and more millets, and 2 districts were identified in 19 states, and you can identify the list from the ministry website and see and actively participate and procure the grain from the farmers. So it is ultimately we are looking for the networking with the farmers from the entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs are ultimately linked to the farmers. Then farmers also will be benefited, and you also will be benefited. And in fact, IIMR is closely working with the state missions for establishing the primary processing facility at the farmer places. And IIMR also established 41 farmer producer organizations in the mission of Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister's vision of 10,000 FPO creations. So we are actively working with all the state governments, including Telangana, for the FPOs. So these FPOs, we are also trying to establish with the help of Ministry of Agriculture for the establishment of primary processing facility so that the farmers will enable to market a clean, good grain. So the entrepreneurs can directly link to the farmers and have the benefit of a clean grain at a good price. I mean, instead of purchasing from the market. So now we'll go for the individual success stories of the state missions.
We can start with Telangana.
PPT facility is there. I will take 3 minutes now. Good afternoon to all, respected chair, joint secretary madam, all the co-panelists on the dais, all the representatives of the various government departments, startups, and all processing industry and value chain, and all the stakeholders for this millet convention. Very good afternoon to all. It is very tough session after the lunch, but I will keep it short. Yeah, so Honorable Minister, Government of Telangana has already addressed in the afternoon that Telangana government attaches utmost priority to the agriculture sector. So this is our few statistics. After formation of Telangana, due to the proactive policies, area under irrigation has been increased, and the 61% population of Telangana resides in the village and dependent on agriculture, directly or indirectly. So these are our major crops: paddy, cotton, maize, and soybean for the last Kharif season, in which millet area is around 41,000. If you go into the millet area in the last year, the majority of the area is under jowar crop, bajra crop, finger millet, and foxtail millet. So basically our Rabi jowar, we are having more area in the erstwhile Mahbubnagar district, Asifabad district, and Sangareddy district. So this Kharif season, due to the efforts of the district administration and agriculture department, Government of Telangana, the few more crops, millet crops like foxtail millet, little millet, the farmers are showing some affinity to this crop, and hopefully in the International Year of Millet, this crops area will get increased in the next year. So this is the significant thing that the last year we were producing only 3 to 4 millets. Now the other new millets are also coming into the picture. So this is already I have covered. When it comes to the strategies and the feedback, whatever we have received from the farmers, the major constraint, ma'am, is of availability of quality seeds. So the quality seeds of high yielding varieties, which is available at IIMR, we are approaching that, and we are fortunate enough that IIMR is located in Hyderabad, and we have their guidance. But when it comes to the adaptation by the farmers, so the farmers will look into the economics of the crop, and as compared to the millets, always the other crops like paddy and all, they are attractive to them. So if you want to change the behavior of the farmer into the adaptation, like the issue raised in the morning session was, there should be some incentives to the farmers in terms of mini kits of the seeds may be provided. That would nudge farmer to grow to the these millet crops. Apart from that, multiple stakeholders has to be engaged in order to promote entire value chain. Once the production constraint is addressed, we have to focus on the procurement and the marketing and linking them with the processing startups. And ultimately that processing startups has to be linking with the food chain. So that is the thing state government will be interested and will be working in upcoming days. Apart from that, ma'am, regular NFSM Nutri-Cereals program, we have had this action plan. As a special program in the view of International Year of Millet, we are focusing on 2 districts. We are having 2 different approaches. In Asifabad district, we are going with Asifabad is a tribal district, so we are going with the convergence with the all other departments like ICDS and tying up with the Anganwadis, so that the demand generation morning Dalwai sir was talking about. So we are generating the demand through ICDS centers, and it can be tied up with the local Anganwadi centers, and in that way we will be increasing the nutritional security of the district. In Mahbubnagar district, we are planning a different approach that we are focusing there through the farmers producer organizations. There are 6 of such organizations which are working there. So they will do the product aggregations from the entire farmer members, and they will tie it up with the further value chain. So this is the action plan we have consulted, and we'll be sending you short while, ma'am. So once that is received, various activities we are planned, like distribution of certified seeds, demonstrations, then millet festivals, road shows, and all we will be conducting. So in this regard, ma'am, 2-3 requests in the ensuing year of millet, ma'am. The special action plan has to be there, and separate budgetary allocations will be there. That will helpful the state and this district to take this program forward in grand manner. And as I told, to address the production constraint, if you can provide seed mini kits, that would address the problems of the farming community, ma'am. So with this word, once again, I thank ma'am for your cooperation and coordination, and we will be very thankful to you to taking this millet journey forward, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Telangana. So very important points which you made regarding seeds. Seeds, yes, it is an issue. We are aware of that, and we are trying to tackle this problem through setting up more seed hubs and getting quality seeds for the farmers. But that will take time. But we have to start somewhere, and those plans are being made as we speak. How will the International Year of Millet mission be sustained? How do we sustain it? If we create demand by exporting the products, by creating market linkages, what you mentioned, that is the way to go forward. And if we can break that jinx, if I can call it, then even procurement at MSP will not be an issue, because the price will be so high that the farmers will be able to sell at a very good price. So procurement also won't be required. That demand has to be created. We saw this success in mustard. Mustard story for the past 2 years, I must tell you, the government worked on a strategy. And since August 2020, it is 2 years to this day, mustard has been ruling above MSP. So the farmers, the government didn't have to procure so much. So a similar kind of success has to be created for Nutri-Cereals, that the product has become so popular and sought after that the prices rule above MSP and the farmers are able to sell it. So we hope for that day. But yes, in the beginning, some incentives may be required to work as a catalyst. And in the new mission, we will think about how to do that. And the ODOP intervention, what you mentioned, one district, one product, Madam also mentioned that. It's a good idea to dovetail with the ICDS and Anganwadi. That's a very, very good idea, especially in the tribal districts. So other states can also think along those lines, how to converge ODOP with other schemes such as that. And I saw in your presentation about the Gram Panchayat linkage. That's also a very good idea. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. I will also send the seed availability with IIMR so that you can have a better picture on that distribution. That's so that is what we are at it with under the NFSM project.
So we can go to Odisha.
Respected chairman, chairperson of today's session, co-chairperson, dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen. Today, it's a very happy moment for all of us, as we have also received the best award for scaling up millet missions all over the India. If I take Odisha Millet Mission is doing well in every perspective, and the way it started, it is not only today or the international is coming that we have prepared, but since 2017-18 we have started this mission, and in this year, last year we have completed 5 years, and another government is so active and proactive in taking millets to that level. We have already again extended this project to another 5 years with the tune of 2,808 crores. So this is a very happy moment for the farmers of our state. So basically, I will take you some objective where we are working. We need to, no doubt, we need to incentivize our farmers to grow better, and we also, as this crop needs development, technology should reach in the field. We practice a lot of technologies in the field so that farmers can do that in a very easy way, and also they can get the incentive also. It is not only the incentive parts, but also we have to handle in the market support. We also help farmers in taking the produce back in the mandi system. Again, we are addressing the nutritional part also by keeping these millets into this PDS supply also. And it is, as we can see, that it is very, very essential to take the community as a whole when we need to promote millets. So we have taken a lot of promoting FPOs, WSAG to come into this system, to this millet ecosystem, so that everyone prospers, and in subsequently way they can, and the time will come, they do not need any help from the government side also. Initially, when we started in 2017-18, we started with only 30 blocks. But if you see the range, the map depicts that we have spread it to 19 districts and 42 blocks. And it's not that was so much easy for us to go into the field and do that, because initially we were already targeting on the tribal areas areas where most of the farmers were tribal. So we need to teach from the ground level, and we have been working with the partners. NGO partners have helped us. They are the stakeholders, if I say, in the ground level. And as for marketing, I say we have also took some FPOs. We are also promoting FPOs in the level where we have already formed 77 FPOs, and also in the progress we have 66 FPOs to come. NSSG is the main stakeholders, if I say. We are working with 100 and 500 SSG. So if we see the approach, we have to look after the perspective where everyone say that millet is a resilient crop, and that needs very attention in terms of production also. And also the way we have started, we have particularly started with the specification of the location specific, which millets grows well, which part, or the farmers which gets more yield. We also worked on that with the help of IIMR, Indian Institute of Millet Research. We have also developed the good varieties. We have come, the local varieties which were more or familiar or some have lost somewhere. We've also brought into this seed chain. We have also working with the PDS, as I said. Incentivize, if I say, we help the farmers for the 3 years. As we know, last year, last previous 5 years, we were giving only 5,000 per hectare for the farmers who were following SMI, system of millet intensifications. And this year we have also increased it to 6,500 per hectare. So in the long run, if I say for the 3 years, he gets around 6,000. It is a reducing incentive type where the farmers get 10,000 in the 3 years. And for doing practices or to carry forward the help the farmers in the ground level, we also need some custom hiring center so they can use the tools or the implements in a very minimal price. Know that they don't need to buy again and again or to invest in that tools, but they can certainly take that help in the ground level from the SHG groups who maintains that. As we are working with the NGO partners, we have a very selection criteria with the NGOs who are very much associated with the farmers, who have been there for the there in this block for or working with the farmers. We take and select those farmers. We have CRPs where the community resource person, we select them, and they are also in the system to help in the farmers to do that and the technology to transfer in the ground level. It is not that only farmers have been the farmers who have done. Most of all, we do in a very natural and organic way. And some farmers also, they use fertilizers. And it is not that the farmers who use fertilizer, we do not exclude them, but we include in these systems also. By this data, you can see where we started in 2017-18. We worked with around 3,330 3.5 hectares, and now we are targeting about 81,700 hectares. So this is the way we scale up. The system we have developed from the beginning, where we have to need to work, and the yield also have increased. If I say, we are working the ground where the farmers were doing broadcasting, but where slowly they have included the transplanting and SMI, the yield has increased from 4 to 5 quintal to 12 to 15 quintals also. We have also research back, because if the project is research back, some organization, we have NCDS who does the research work, and they have also seen how we have done the survey, we do the baselines, and by this we can know how we are moving, we are moving in the right direction or not. As I mentioned, we are working with the 77 FPOs and also 1153 numbers of WSAGs. We have also bio-input production in the ground level, so that the farmers can also get it from the SHG groups. We have provided threshers. We have provided threshing threshers for the farmers to as we given ragi threshers to, and also we have included for graders, de-stoner. We have supplied different machines to the groups so that they can do a better way. And we have also been planning to do marketing with the other stakeholders. We have been also taking the help of APIDA to help us in doing the marketing and the export work also. If I say the conservation part, it is not that the farmers are more preferring their variety where they were working since a long time. We have been done with Indian Institute of Millet Research. We have done so many trials, and also we are doing PVT in the ground level, a participative varietal trial, where the farmers come and identify which is the variety which is going best in terms of everything, maybe the taste wise, maybe in marketing type, or we have as we have also seen in the rice, as every rice variety have different perspective in terms of selling in the market. Maybe this rice which has 30 rupees and also we have 150 rupees. So in that way also we are profiling that, so that in the coming days we can go deep into the market and also provide the better nutrition or nutritious millets to the consumer also. These are trials that we are doing. We are taking the help of the FPOs also. If I say we have been doing as 2023 is the International Year of Millets, we have been collaborated with and taken part with different partners, maybe different departments also from, if you say women and child department, and also we recently have collaborated with sports department where we will be associating millets with the World Cup, Hockey World Cup. So as you have heard that in the film like Chak De India, like we will be promoting Chakle millets. So these are the vibes, and if we can provide to the, so that will be attracting more awareness, and more over the urban areas will be more attracted to what comes, the mind sort of how these millets can be. So in this way, they can associate millets in their regular diet. These are the farmers. They are working with the seed production part with the local varieties. These are the profiling we have done. We have also taken and given a lot of responsibility to Indian Institute of Millet Research and profiling the nutrition part also, and also the varieties we are working at, I said. The best part, how we do the procurement. It is the best part what we are working. Last year, we procured around more than 3 lakhs quintal. And in the coming years, and this season, we will be hoping of covering around 6 lakh quintals from the farmers. So it is a huge, and the way the rice or the paddy goes, and the same way we do that, we again supply to the, again do the PDS supply. And also we take help of the SHG who can take that grains and make the value-added products like ragi laddu and giving it to the school children's. And also tying up with the SC/ST hostels. These are the promotion work we have been doing since last 5 years, and again we will continue for the 5 years. This is the take-home rations that we provide to the mothers, and also the SHG groups are involved in making that. And lastly, as we are thinking, we have taken little millet into the ICDS program. We have been doing the pilot basis. Hope if it sounds well, and also the budget wise and all that, we can also take and scale up to the other districts also. So as the focus of, as I said, mentioning that how we are taking up international year of millets activity, we will be taking also the culture wise, also the we will be studying all this culture, how these millets can be part of this community, and how can we propagate to and take this story to this world. And in the future plan, we have also to improve in the institute wise. Also, we can scale up in terms of procurement also, and also the ICDS, we have a regular dose to few schools, but we hope to take all the districts in all these schools. And also the take to the midday meals, we will be working on that. With this, I say Millet Mission Odisha has been doing well, and the way government is proactive in supporting from the ground level, and the decisions that are taken in the each and every problem that has been raised in the ground level is been sorted out in the very immediate, that is why the action oriented, I will say, and we are moving in a mission mode. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience hearing.
Thank you, Odisha, and I must compliment the state. It is doing a wonderful job and definitely a role model to follow, and the other states may take note of what Odisha is doing in all these spheres, right from seed production to an export strategy to involving all the stakeholders, FPOs, SHGs. So they're a very good job. And your creative, your social media manager, whoever that is very creative. The Chakle millets was amazing. I mean, that really hit the right button to a lot of people. So you must share whoever is doing it for you, that I can also, make use of those good contents. And I just wanted to inform the audience that the Honorable Minister had mentioned about, the distribution of millets in the PDS. So two very important decisions the Food Ministry has taken in the past year in light of millet to promote millets. First of all, to increase the shelf life. So how long millets can be stored and then used for procurement, that has been increased. So that one step has been taken. And also the interstate transportation has been made easier for excess millets to be distributed by FCI. So two important steps were taken by Food Ministry to encourage procurement of millets in the PDS and distribution of millets in the PDS. So not. So if any other state wants to ask Odisha or Telangana anything, or in the end, if you want to discuss, or should we first listen to Uttarakhand and we can first listen? So we can go to Chhattisgarh. You have a presentation?
Respected dais and dear friends, first of all, we thank the organizer for giving the award of best emerging state in the area of the millet. Thank you, organizers. I'll start with one dialogue from the Shah Rukh Khan film, Om Shanti Om. Then I'll tell about how we started this whole mission last year and what we are doing in the millet mission mode. शाहरुख खान की एक फिल्म थी ओम शांति ओम, जिसमें एक डायलॉग था, कहते हैं अगर किसी चीज को दिल से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात उसे तुझे मिलाने की कोशिश में लग जाती है। चीज मिलेट मिशन है और कायनात, ऑल दी स्टेक होल्डर्स, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हो, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, IIMR, different self-help groups who are engaged in the procurement of the Kodo Kutki and Ragi in Chhattisgarh, NGOs, industries, all the stakeholders, they all are collaborating with the success of the millet mission. ये शुरुआत कैसी हुई, इसकी एक कहानी बताता हूं मैं. CM was on tour in one of the tribal district in Chhattisgarh. वहां कुछ गांव वालों ने ये बताया कि हमारे यहाँ कोदो कुटकी बहुत होती थी. ट्रेडिशनली वी यूज्ड टू ग्रो कोदो कुटकी एंड रागी इन द फील्ड, क्योंकि जो ट्राइबल एरियाज है, फॉरेस्टेड एरियाज है, द फील्ड इज नॉट वेरी कंड्यूसिव फॉर द राइस कल्टीवेशन. लेकिन धीरे धीरे बिकॉज ऑफ द डिमांड, बिकॉज ऑफ द प्राइस दे आर गेटिंग, द एरिया अंडर मिलेट वाज डिक्रीज्ड. सो उन्होंने CM साहब को ये कहा कि हमारे यहाँ हम कोदो कुटकी लेते हैं लेकिन कोई खरीदने वाला नहीं होता. जो लोकल ट्रेडर्स होते हैं, व्यापारी होते हैं, वो औने पौने दाम में हमसे खरीद के ले जाते हैं. यू शुड डू समथिंग फॉर इट. द CM रैंक आवर MD फ्रॉम द फील्ड इटसेल्फ. I'll introduce myself. I am SS Bajaj. I am Special Managing Director, Chhattisgarh Minor Forest Produce Cooperative Federation. We are basically into the procurement, processing and marketing of the minor forest produce. तो वो उन्होंने मुझे हम लोग को फोन किया because we have the very strong network at the field level for the procurement of minor forest produce. उन्हें फोन किया कि क्या आप कोदो कुटकी भी procure कर सकते हो. So we thought कि this is not our mandate. Basically, we are the cooperative society, we are the cooperative federation, and our mandate is to procure the minor forest produce. Then we thought since the CM has made a desire, so we should find out the ways. So हमने अपने bylaws देखने शुरू किए. So in the, you know, the Chhattisgarh was carved out from the Madhya Pradesh. So when the in the era of Madhya Pradesh, there was a bylaws made for the cooperative federation. उसपे जब हमने देखा in 1990, the one of the mandate was to procure and market the kodo kutki and ragi. So last 30 years there was nothing done in the field for the procurement of kodo kutki and ragi. But मैं ये इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि for any program to succeed, there has to be a political will. and very strong political will. And that political will was there with the chief minister, and we had a video conferencing with the IIMR. Dr. Dayagar was also there. And on the same video conferencing, the CM last year only, October, maybe September or October, declared that we'll have a millet mission. So this is the story how we started the millet mission in Chhattisgarh. I'll tell you what we are doing. I have already told what is the political will. So it's a very strong political will, so we don't have any issue at the down level. The policy intervention, that is very important. What kind of policy, what kind of program we should take? The first thing was, since it is the Chhattisgarh is a rice belt, most of the farmers are doing the rice cultivation. So agar humko area badhana hai, we have to provide some incentives. So that Orissa is also doing the same thing. They are the big brothers in case of millet. So we have also introduced 10,000 rupees per hectare as an incentive for 3 years. Whosoever is diverting from the rice cultivation to the millet cultivation. That was the first step. And the target was fixed that for the next 5 years, in the next 5 years, the area under cultivation of millet should be doubled. That is the target given by the state government. The second was to start the mission, to start the whole program in the mission mode. Third was since the Federation, the minor forest Federation is already procuring minor forest produce, and that too into the districts, which are basically travel districts where the millets are grown. So the MFP Federation was given the task of the whole procurement. And the important thing is the government fixed the minimum support price for the procurement. So for the first time, the Kodo and Kutki at the rate of 30 rupees per kg and Ragi at the rate of 33 rupees, 75 rupees per kg. So with that minimum support price and the all procurement infrastructure in place, we started procuring the millets in the last year, October, November onwards. And we procured around 54,000 quintal of Kodo, Kutki and Ragi. That too in a very short period, because the mission was announced in the month of October only. The next challenge came, once we have procured the millets, how to consume it, how to make it available to the people. That is the biggest issue, because as far as the MFP is concerned, we know who are the traders. We know where is the market, who will buy it, and we know how to make it convert into a product. But for the millet, we didn't have any clue. So we started with the e-tendering and e-auction kind of thing. And then there was a policy change in the government that whosoever will establish an industry in the forest area, in the travel area, they will be given better incentives. For example, the free land, the subsidy, etc., very lucrative incentives. And the second decision the government taken that whatever we are procuring, that can be given to the industry, whosoever is entering into a MOU with the government at a fixed price decided by the government. So that is the assured supply to the industry of the millet or any minor forest produce. And the third decision was, if any industry is converting into a products, the marketing of that products can also be done through the marketing federation, our federation. Since we already have the product in the brand name of Chhattisgarh Herbals, and we have the outlet, we have a distributor in Chhattisgarh, we have a distributor in Maharashtra and Goa also, and we are trying to export it outside also. We are getting the export license, and the government has established a C-Mart, that is Chhattisgarh Mart, outlet center or the platform to market all these kind of products in all the districts. So through C-Mart and the Sanjeevani, we can sell these products. That was one of the intervention made by the government. With these interventions and the policy changes, we started. And there is a decision-making system. At the state level, you have the state level coordination committee under the chairmanship of the chief secretary. At the district level with the district collector. We have signed an MOU with the IIMR for training and research and development, and they are helping us in making it or implementing it into the field. In all the technical aspects, they are our partners. For the finances, because this was a new area, so the government decided the DMR fund, district mining fund, because Chhattisgarh is rich in mines, so we have a good amount of money in the DMR. So we have used the district mining fund for the promotion of the millet in Chhattisgarh. We have involved the private sector also in the processing area, and one of the industries already established in the last 4 months. It's a record time, and they have a capacity of 5,000 metric ton per year to process the millet. And they will also be making the value addition and marketing through their own and also through ours. And the last one is how to make millet popularized in the local media. We translated the recipe made by IIMR into Hindi language. और उसको हमने सारे जितने भी होटल इंडस्ट्री है, टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट के जितने आउटलेट्स हैं, वहाँ पर हमने सर्कुलेट करके we are trying the products are made out of the millets are popularized, and we are also into making this available in the Mahila Bal Vikas and the school food program. This is the story we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chhattisgarh. Very good initiatives you've taken for the small millets and the procurement aspect also. Many states are doing the incentives, 10,000 per hectare and the like. There's just one word of caution that it shouldn't happen that once the incentives are not given, the area goes back to some other crop. So that has to be taken care of. And your federative procurement system, fixing MSP and linkage to the CMART is also very good. And the last point which you made about popularizing in the hotel, the recipes. So all states can do this. How to reach these recipes to the masses is one way is to give recipes to the hotels so that even the common man can eat, not only just 5-star hotels or in their homes, but how the middle class can also eat millet dishes. Thank you very much. So we can go to Uttarakhand. And can you just be brief in about 5 minutes, and then we can go to Karnataka and Maharashtra.
Respected chairperson, respected all delegates from different states. I am Dinesh Kumar, Joint Director, Agriculture, Uttarakhand. अगर मैं उत्तराखंड के परिप्रेक्ष्य में बात करूं तो उत्तराखंड में लगभग जो है हमारा 6.38 लाख हेक्टेयर हमारा एग्रीकल्चर लैंड है, जिसमें से हमारा लगभग 1,35 लाख हेक्टेयर हम मिलेट्स के अंतर्गत हैं। और उत्तराखंड की बात करें तो बाय डिफॉल्ट वी आर ऑर्गेनिक, और उत्तराखंड हमारा पहला स्टेट है जिसने कि ऑर्गेनिक एक्ट बनाया 2019 में, और हमारा लगभग 34% जो एरिया है टोटल, अगर हम बात करें 2,17,000 हेक्टेयर हमारा ऑर्गेनिक के अंतर्गत है। और मिलेट्स हमारी 3 प्रमुख रूप से हमारा है। पहला हमारा फिंगर मिलेट है लगभग 85,000 हेक्टेयर एरिया। सेकंड वन इज बार्नयार्ड मिलेट है लगभग हमारा 40,000 हेक्टेयर है। और थर्ड वन इज एमरेंथस रामदाना जो कि 5,500 हेक्टेयर के आसपास है। तो जहां तक मिलेट मिशन का है, हमारा अभी हमारा अंडर प्रोसेस है और लगभग 1-1.5 महीना इसमें लगेगा इसको फाइनल होने में। और इसमें जो हमारी खास हमने 4 बातों में ध्यान रखा है कि पहला हमारा जो है मार्केटिंग को हमने सबसे पहले रखा है, क्योंकि अगर हम देखें जब उत्तराखंड बना था हमारा, तो उस समय जो हमारा एरिया था उसमें और अब में काफी अंतर आ गया है। धीरे धीरे मतलब 2001 में अगर हम फिंगर मिलेट की बात करें तो लगभग 1,25,000 हेक्टेयर था, जो कि अब 85,000 रह गया। लगभग 40,000 हेक्टेयर हमारा कम हो गया क्योंकि इसके रेट्स नहीं। उसी तरह हमारा बार्नयार्ड मिलेट था, एमरेंथस था, सारे हमारे एरिया कम होते चले गए। लेकिन उसके बाद पिछले 3-4 साल से जो कुछ स्टेप गवर्नमेंट ने उठाए, एमएसपी पे कुछ प्रोक्योर किया, तो एरिया हमारा लगभग तब से जो है स्टैग्नेट हो गया है और उससे अब नीचे नहीं आ रहा है। इसके तहत हमने इस साल जो है मिलेट मिशन हम जो बना रहे हैं, उड़ीसा की भी हमने हेल्प ली है, IIMR से डॉक्टर दयाकर राव से भी हमारी बातचीत होती रहती है। तो उसमें हमारा जो है 4 हमारे मेन फोकस पॉइंट हैं कि हम फार्मर को अच्छा मार्केट दें, इसके प्रमोशन के लिए। तीसरा इसका जो हमारा प्रोडक्शन है, अगर हम जैसे की बात हो रही थी लगभग और स्टेट का 12-13 के आसपास है, अगर हम फिंगर मिलेट की बात करें तो हमारा लगभग 14.6 क्विंटल पर हेक्टेयर का हमारा प्रोडक्टिविटी है। अगर हम बार्नयार्ड मिलेट की बात करें तो हमारी 16 क्विंटल पर हेक्टेयर की प्रोडक्टिविटी है। तो हमारा जो गोल है, हम इसको लगभग 20 to 25 क्विंटल, हमारा 5 ईयर का हम प्लान बनाने जा रहे हैं और हम लगभग 20 से 25 क्विंटल तक की इसमें पैदावार का हम इसमें टारगेट रख रहे हैं। प्रोत्साहन, प्रमोशन, अवेयरनेस बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है अगर हम मिलेट्स की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि मिलेट्स को अधिकतर जो गरीब लोग हैं उन्हीं का खाना माना जाता था। तो इसको हमें उसी तर्ज पर आगे बढ़ाना होगा। जैसे कि मैं बात करूं, जब पहली बार जब जीन्स आई थी, जो लोग जीन्स पहनते हैं, कि लेवी स्ट्रॉस जो कि एक जर्मन नागरिक थे और बाद में अमेरिका चले गए थे, तो उनके यहाँ फैक्ट्री में जो लोग काम करते थे मजदूर, तो उन्होंने कहा इनके कपड़े बड़े जल्दी फट जाते हैं। तो उन्होंने कहा मैं कुछ एक ऐसा कपड़ा बनाता हूँ कि कपड़े जल्दी ना फटें। तो उस समय उन्होंने जीन्स को इंट्रोड्यूस किया था 1853 में, और 1870 में उन्होंने जो इसको लार्ज स्केल पर प्रोडक्शन शुरू किया। तो उन्होंने वो जीन्स अपने आप कभी नहीं पहनी, तो उनके जो मजदूर काम करते थे उस जीन्स को पहनते थे। धीरे धीरे बाद में ये जो है इतनी पॉपुलर होती चली गई कि ये जो है मजदूर से हटके जो बड़े बड़े लोग थे सब इसको पहनते हैं और आज के दौर में ये एक स्टेटस सिंबल बन गया है। तो हमको ठीक उसी तर्ज पे, जैसे जीन्स गरीब से हटकर अमीर लोगों तक पहुंची है, उसी तरह से जो हमारे मिलेट्स हैं, जो गरीब का खाना था वो अमीरों के खाने तक हमारा पहुंचना चाहिए। और इसी पे हम ये भी काम करेंगे कि जो भी हमारे मिलेट्स हैं उसका हमें प्रचार करना है, चाहे हमारे स्कूल के बच्चे हों, चाहे हमारे 5 स्टार होटल हो, चाहे हमारे ढाबे वाला हो, हमें उसको हर स्तर पर उसका प्रचार करना है, ताकि हम जो उसकी स्वीकार्यता अपने स्टेट, अपने प्रदेश के हर गांव में, हर कस्बे में, हर शहर में उसको पहुंचा सकें। तो हम जो उसका इस तरह से हम प्रोत्साहन करेंगे। तीसरा हमने जो चौथा हमारा प्रोक्योरमेंट का, हमने और डिपार्टमेंट्स का भी इसमें सहयोग रखा है कि हम जो है मंडी और कोऑपरेटिव्स इसमें प्रोक्योरमेंट का काम करेंगे। और उसके बाद जो हमारा पहला ये है कि जो हमारे स्टेट के डिपार्टमेंट, चाहे हमें पीडीएस में इसको देना है या एमडीएम में देना है, तो फर्स्ट ईयर का हमने जो इसमें टारगेट रखा है लगभग 1,70,000 क्विंटल का हम जो है प्रोक्योरमेंट केवल अपने स्टेट में जो हम MDM और PDS के माध्यम से हम करवाएंगे, और अगले 5 साल तक हम इसको डबल लगभग 3,50,000 कुंटल तक इसको ले जाने का हमने टारगेट रखा है। तो अभी हमारी फाइनल स्टेज में है, नेक्स्ट मंथ लगभग हम इसको फाइनल कर देंगे, और उसके बाद अगले 5 साल के लिए हमारा मिलेट मिशन इसमें चलेगा। हम जैसा कि मैंने बताया, हमें IIMR का और उड़ीसा का जो मिलेट मिशन है उनसे हमारी लगातार इसमें बातचीत होती है और उनसे हमें लगातार सहयोग मिलता है। धन्यवाद।
हाँ, धन्यवाद। हाँ, सुन के अच्छा लगा कि आपका मिलेट मिशन तैयार हो रहा है, और सबसे अच्छा तरीका तो यही होता है एक दूसरे से सीखना, खासकर जो स्टेट अच्छा कर रहा है। एक हम लोग एक इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट्स की वेबसाइट भी तैयार कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया में। In that website, we'll be giving access to all the state governments to put their activities, their sharing best practices, success stories. We'll also give access to industry startups also, so that it will become a one-stop shop for information exchange on millets, and we can use that platform for many interactions and idea sharing. So that website is coming up very soon. So we can now go to Karnataka.
Respected chairperson of today's event, dignitaries on dais, and also members of this hall. I am Nandini, Director of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka. So just we would like to brief what's going on in our state with regard to the promotional programs. Ma'am, coming to, so we early morning it was, there was a discussion. Our Ashok Dalwai sir said, we call it as a Nutri-Cereals. So in Karnataka, we are calling it as a Siridanya. Siri means wealth, richness. So in addition to the nutritive value, we are also giving importance as a wealth, status of wealth. So we call it as Siridanya in Kannada. And these are the food of the future. So and also smart foods. Because of their nutritional and health benefit, we are classifying it as a smart foods of the future. Basically, they are rich in iron, zinc, folic acid, calcium, and it's good for the diabetic and other diseases. It's also good for planet. That's what we say, because they have a very low water footprint, able to survive in hottest and driest climates, and important in coping up with climate change and more. And they are also very good for the farmer because of multiple uses: food, fodder, and fuel, and are typically the last crop standing in the times of drought, being a good risk management strategy for farmers. Knowing all these benefits, Karnataka started aiming for production and productivity and expansion of area of millets. So as of now, we have a 118 lakh hectare in total cultivable area. Out of this, 20.51 lakh hectare is under millets. Under major millets, we have mainly ragi, jawar, and bajra. These are the major millets, covering about 10.41 lakh hectare under jawar, and ragi 7.8, and bajra 1.8. Of course, under minor millets like foxtail millet, little millet, kodo millet, proso millet, barnard, and brown top millet, about 0.48 lakh hectare is under minor millets, apart from ragi, bajra, and jawar. Sir, the efforts made by Karnataka towards promotion of millets. We were the first state to introduce organic policy during 2004. And we have revised this policy in 2017, incorporating special emphasis to millets. So earlier it was only organic policy. So we have added millets into that policy. for promotion, for expansion, for value addition, and other aspects. So due to this revised policy, we could able to do 15 regional organic federations throughout the state. So in each federations, nearly 1,000 to 1,500 farmers, millet growing farmers were federated, and they grouped and they started growing, they started cultivating, and also for marketing purpose, they were federated, and they're all doing very good job now. And these 10 regional organic federations, apart from 5, they are into procurement, processing, and marketing of millets. So this is the main success for our, this is success for this. So the regional organic federations assisted taking up production, collection, processing, grading, value addition, and marketing related activities on their own. They have started with the assistance of our department. Then for millet cultivation, knowing all this, the government of India, Karnataka started promoting millets growers. So the mainly basically we took some of the events like distribution of seeds to farmers for growing, and some of the equipments like seed cum fertilizers drills, then intercropping equipments, then harvesting, combined harvesters, such machineries were included for promotion. And we have started one more program called Raita Siri, where we started giving 10,000 rupees assistance to farmers, those who grow millets. Per hectare, we started giving incentive, and it is done mainly as DBT. So that those who have grown millets, they have availed this facility, and we have ensured that whether the farmer has taken up the crop or not is by doing crop survey data. So this was really 100% given success. So nearly during 1920, 78,309 farmers were benefited with this Raita Siri program, and financially we have assisted 59.76 crores since inception of this program. So during scheme, even now during 22-23 also we have continued this scheme, but we have reduced the subsidy. Earlier it was 10,000, now we are giving incentive 6,000, so that the farmers now they know how to grow, where to get the seeds, and what are the technologies to be followed. So we have reduced the incentive, but the area is increasing, and we have diverted towards other processing aspects. So some of the assistance we have given is for processing is 50% assistance we have started giving for processing units, for expansion of millet processing unit, millet processing and packing units, then procurement of color sortex machineries, so value addition unit. So these kind of processing activities we have supported. Then nearly, I told earlier itself, from 16-17 to 21-22, 1,225 lakhs benefit we have given to the different federations. Some of the improved machineries we can see in one of the districts of Chitradurga, that is adoption of some machineries like seed cum fertilizer drill, then sowing with seed cum fertilizer drill, and sowing with bullock drawn seed drill. These are some of the pictures we can see. And also combined harvesters, because harvesting is also different kind of skill is required, and lot of wastage will be there. So that with the use of machineries, we can save some of the processing losses can be avoided. So we have introduced some of the machineries also. Machine harvesting is now they started, and farmers started using machineries also. So, but still under it's a challenge, this processing of millets, and processed millets have to have poor shelf life. So encouragement is being given to at farm gate level. So assistance already I mentioned 10 lakhs assistance is given. And some of the success stories are also there in various districts like Kolar, and some pictures can be shown. So pre-cleaner, de-stoner, de-huller, separator, color sorter. So some of the machineries, this is all we supported, assisted farmers. So this is really helping in getting good grains, processed products, and so with the good grains, marketing also being done well. So in some of the other districts like Kolar district, Shiggaon, where our chief minister is now, such areas also. Then processing units. So in another Kolar district, again, I would like to mention here, earlier it was old plant, the capacity of the processing unit was 1000 kg for various foxtail millet, kodo millet, and different kinds of millet. Now they have upgraded to 4000 kg capacity. So that is also another area where we can look into this. That is rejuvenating old plant into the new units. We can go for that. This is really one more village in Timmapura, Shiggaon Taluk, where our chief minister comes. It is a highly modernized unit. I have visited personally. That farmer is also very much interested. He is also into export. He is doing very good job processing. So processing is a very, very important step apart from cultivation, apart from growing. Production is a another aspect. Value processing, then value addition. These are the 3 steps really we have to look into in terms of this one. And some of the success stories also we can see. So Raita Siri, boon to farmers and consumers, as we have said, knowing the importance of it. So the efforts made to popularize consumption of millets in our state is highest number of organic and millet melas are Sante. At state level, district level, and taluka level, we have conducted the various programs. Then consumer awareness programs also through workshops, dietitians, nutritionists, fitness, food bloggers, millet run, panel discussions, organic retailers and wholesalers, processors, recipe sharing through mass media, recipe books, etc. These are some of the awareness creating programs we have done in the earlier days. Training, webinars on millet value chain technologies through CFTRI, millet stakeholders. These are some of the things. B2B at the state, national, international level also we have done. So during 2017, we have conducted National Trade Fair, and 2018, we have done International Trade Fair during January. Then organics and millets in 2019. Now we have proposed to have organics and millets International Trade Fair during January 2023. In January it is proposed. So the trade fair event objectives now to establish Karnataka as a leading producer and a source. These are our objectives for millet year for 2023, and to establish Bangalore as the organic or millet hub, a platform for enhanced agri-business processing opportunities, and all organic certification bodies, startups, entrepreneurs in millets and organics. International participation, we are looking into that. Then linkage between local producers, domestic and international markets, we have to link up. These are the things we would like to, we are planning. And major processed products are processed and cleaned millets. This is our first. Whatever the primary products we get, that has to be processed well and cleaned, and marketing one aspect. Then millet flour, rava, grain flour, millets, vermicelli, noodles, pasta, millet flakes, puff, malt powder, millet-based health mixes, bakery products, cookies, tikkis, laddus, chekki, nippattu, papad, fermented foods, ready to cook mixes, dosa, idli, upma. We are also seeing today so many products. So, ma'am, I would
Can
like
we
to
wind up now, madam?
Yeah.
Because Dalwari sir ka bhi session hai iske
Yes,
baad,
madam.
and he's waiting.
So interventions needed. Just last part I want to stress: improved processing technologies and assistance to processing. That is required. Then inclusion of Siridhanya or minor millets under the minimum support scheme, MSP, of Government of India. Then develop FAQs for Siridhanya for minor millets. Then provision for procurement of Siridhanya or minor millets through Food Corporation of India, so that the state can introduce millets through its midday meal scheme. Then marketing support is required, consumption patterns to attract kids and youth. Then enlarging demand and market, improvement of export of competitiveness of Indian millets. So if you permit me, ma'am, we have 3 minutes video is there. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karnataka is doing a wonderful job, and the states can certainly take advantage of your experience, your long experience in promoting millets, and your trade fair sounds very encouraging. You made a good point about the processing. We still have a lot of work to do, and through IIMR and the industry also, we need to work on our machinery for processing and for harvesting also. I've been told even for that there's a big need. It was good to see your organic push also. And calling millet Siridhanya, that's a good step. It gives a prestige back to the millets. That's a very good initiative. So our last state is Maharashtra.
Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished dignitaries and friends. From Maharashtra, I am not going to present what is being done for overall millet development, but just a kind of test case, one project which is implemented with the help of World Bank, and what we are doing for value chain development of millet through this project. That case I am going to present. So this project we call State of Maharashtra's Agribusiness and Rural Transformation Project. Next, the objective of the project itself is to support development of inclusive and competitive agriculture value chains, focusing on smallholder farmers and entrepreneurs. The project cost is about 300 million, and 70% of it will be borne by through the World Bank loan, and 30% would be from state government's kitty. Different types of value chains we are promoting. Next, different types of value chains we are promoting through this project. We named them as a productive partnership, where there will be a farmer producer company and a MOU between farmer producer company and a buyer. Then there will be another value chain development sub project called market access plan, where the community based organizations or FPO need to access a new market instead of the existing market. That may be a overseas market or a market in other state. Then warehouse based sub project, complementary innovative investment sub project. So these are the types of value chain development sub projects we are promoting. The graphical representation of those projects are, suppose it's a productive partnership sub project, then a farmer producer company would be a beneficiary. Then all sort of investment required for the capacity building, production, technology, post harvest facilities, etc., would be provided through this project, and 60% grants will be offered to these farmer producer companies. Similarly, next, if the project we call the market access plan, where the farmer producer company need to access a new market, then also we are providing 60% grant to such sub projects. Then third one would be the warehouse based sub project, which are basically for providing warehouse services at decentralized warehouse services at village level. So the beneficiaries of all these sub projects are not individual, but all are community based organizations mobilized through different projects. this kind of social capital is already there in state, which will be benefited from such projects. As far as millets are concerned, until now, next, we have sanctioned 13 such sub-projects costing about 13.25 crores, and 60% of that would be the grant which will be provided to the to such projects. One example I am going to present next. Now, this is a one FPO called Kumbhi Kasari Pavana Producer Company, and there would be another a buyer MOU with buyer, where the project cost is almost 2 crores, and we are helping them with the grants of rupees 1 crore and 21 lakhs. So this is the kind of initiative we are indulged into, and helping these community-based organizations for developing the value chains of commodities, which include the millets also. So I would like to appeal all the people who are there in this event, those who can help us in terms of providing technology, in terms of those institutes which can help us in capacity building. Then there are processors, manufacturers, those all value chain actors can work in this project. We have already entered into memorandum of understanding with the IIMR, and which in near future will convert that into a contract, which will IIMR is going to help us to set up a incubation center in Solapur, and for capacity building of Department of Agriculture of Maharashtra in millets. That's all what I wanted to present. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Maharashtra. It was really good to see your new style, new approach, and I did not know about this approach. Somehow we've just been talking about Odisha, Karnataka, Telangana, but Maharashtra was somehow missed out. But good to see your FPO approach, your market access approach, your warehouse approach, and the system of giving grants. It looks promising, and there's a lot of scope for yes, center, but they want some more help for capacity building and processing. So that has to be seen. And it's good to hear. Thank you very much. So just to congratulate all the states who presented, and it is they who do the jobs on the ground, these state officials who give us the millets, what we use, what we export, what we see here, what the startups use. So they are the persons who link with the farmers directly, who motivate the farmers, who give the extension services. So without the state governments, we will be nowhere. So thank you all very much, and please keep up the efforts and all the encouragement to the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. This is one of the wonderful sessions. What we have, one minute, ma'am. What we have, and we could understand that it is chaired by Mrs. Shubha Thakur. Madam, it was a wonderful guidance what you have given to all the state governments, what the government of India wants, and what is the expectation. And it is co-chaired by none other than the director of ICAR, IIMR, the nodal agency for millet promotion. And only one point I will tell from this whole session, that if there is a will, there is a way. Because everybody was having so much of potentialities are there in different states. With the will, new policies and new infrastructures have been created because of for millet promotion. So there are a lot of cross learnings between different states. Thank you very much, madam, both the madams, co-chair and chair, and all the panel members who are represented from different states. Thank you, one and all. Since we are very much lagging behind in time, so we are starting the next session immediately. This is technical track session 1, millets for sustainable development goals, transformation from food to nutritional security. We have Chairperson Dr. Ashok Dalwai, IAS and CEO, NRAA, and we have panelists Dr. Raj Bhandari, member NTBN, Dr. Tara Satyavadi, project coordinator, ICRIP on pearl millets, Dr. Aruna, principal scientist, ICAR IIMR, and Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt, principal scientist, ICAR IIMR. I call upon the chairman and the panelists to the stage. So all great stars here. This is the session on millets for sustainable development goals, from food security to national nutritional security. I'm handing over mic to the chair.
In 5 minutes. So there are 4 players. So 10 minutes each, then we'll have Q&A. right? Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Namaskar. I think kindly sit down. Those who are outside may also sit down. Some of you come ahead. So don't make movements. So please listen. We have very good uh, speakers here who understand the subject very well. So the topic for us is millets for SDGs. Okay, millets for Sustainable Development Goals. Transformation from food to nutritional security. So please understand that we have to deliberate upon sustainable development goals and the role of millets in the context of sustainable development goals. And then it is very emphatic that we need to transit from food to nutritional security. So before I call upon our esteemed panelists here, I will share the context in 1 or 2 minutes. Why are we now talking about transiting from food to nutritional security? There must be some meaning. Honestly, food security means nutrition security. Food is a source of nutrition. Unfortunately, in our country, as in many other countries, food has come to mean carbohydrate security. The way the production basket has been designed, has been implemented, we have grown those sources of food which are primarily giving us carbohydrates, and the other sources which are necessary to meet other components of nutrition have been neglected. The reason is that we were forced to adopt a particular technology, and that technology was relating to a few select cereals which are dominant in respect of carbohydrates. Second, and more important, was that the technology adopted has been a reaction. It has not been a response. The difference between reaction and response is, in reaction, you are trying to douse the fire. There's a fire, your house is on fire, you want to douse it at any cost. We had food deficiency bordering on famine in 1960s. We had to do something. The only option available was improved seeds of wheat and paddy. Wheat from Mexico, paddy from Erie, Philippines. We adopted, we found success, and we have continued with that. A response means you are being more rational. You are weighing alternate options. And then you will choose what is best in terms of not one factor, but several factors. Not just to meet food sufficiency, but also what does it mean for your ecology? What does it mean for nutrition? So we have only reacted and not responded. So what is the result today? India is ranking almost at the bottom on the health statistics. There is so much of hidden hunger. Now let us look at some of the indicators. Maternal mortality rate, one of the highest. Stunted growth, one of the highest. Wasted growth, one of the highest. Infant mortality rate, one of the highest. And juxtaposed with this is a food surplus in wheat, paddy, and a few commodities. So this is an irony. One side you have surplus, farmers not getting good prices. On the other side, you have consumers who are suffering from hidden hunger. So it is in this context that we have begun to talk, let's transit from food security to nutrition security to highlight the importance of balancing nutrition for the consumers. So nutrition are broadly divided as macronutrients and micronutrients. In the macronutrients, carbohydrates, proteins, and fats are the candidates. Under the micronutrients, we have vitamins, minerals, and amino acids. So these 6 are essential for a good health. And health, as defined commonly, is absence of disease. But this is not a good definition. We need to have a positive definition of health. That health is that health where body, mind, and soul of the human being are in balance. Therefore, we have to talk about meeting the nutrients. So now our 4 panelists will tell us what do we do to ensure nutrition security, which essentially means food security, and what does it mean in the context of sustainable development goals. So now I will start with the Dr. Govindraj is not here, no? Yeah. So I will first start with Dr. Raj Bhandari, who has been one of the very avid and passionate promoter of millets at the particular level, but more importantly, I know that he's more concerned about nutrition. So he has been going around the world talking about nutrition and millets. So I would now request Dr. Raj Bhandari to share his thoughts, and we will have 10 minutes each, and thereafter we'll have a Q&A session so that we give the audience some opportunity to ask you questions. Thank you, Dr. Raj.
Thank you, Ashok. It's a pleasure to be sharing the. Yeah. I hope I'm audible. Right. So, coming straight to the topic, I think humanity is at a crossroad between a humanitarian crisis as well as a climate crisis. And while we are trying to link up this thing with the sustainable development goals, to my mind, I believe that food, nutrition, good health, elimination of poverty, zero hunger, all these are very unifying factors. What Ashok mentioned in the morning, that partnerships, collaboration is important, the SDG 17. I propose that we also have a healthy competition between states, what has been presented during the day. When we talk of targets and indicators, they are measurable. We can measure all these. And when we measure in tangible terms, we are able to define which state is doing well, how do we make progress, learn from each other. So in that sense, a healthy competition would be very good. Now the world is moving towards One Health. That means the health of the planet, the health of our soil, the health of human beings. We have an ecosystem within our body. And this ecosystem within the body has to be in sync with the external ecosystem of the environment. And unless and until this sync, what you mentioned as the body, mind, and soul, we would not be able to harness the positive energy and the potential of human beings. We believe that that day is not far when humans will live up to the age of 120 years. And if we are able to tweak our body system, metabolism, because it's all metabolism, most fundamental unit or organelle in a cell is mitochondria. And I describe it as 5 M's, which influence our body health, the micronutrients, the macronutrients, the metabolome, and those functions at the mitochondrial level which happen in the cell. That determines our health actually. So as you all know that food security, nutrition security, and we have to move with millets towards therapeutic benefits of millets, the functional foods. And that is what impresses me most about millets, the functionality of this vital grain. And these grains, the panorama of colors that these grain offers, I think no other cereal would offer so many hues and colors, and I call them colors of health. So there is a tremendous need to bring about the body of evidence and preclinical and clinical research to validate our claim for the goodness of millets in terms of health benefits. So nutrition, we have spoken enough about the nutrient density, the iron, calcium, folate and all. Let me mention, for example, folate in bajra is very rich, and we can prevent large number of NTDs, the neural tube defects which happen in children. And as a pediatrician, now I view everything from a lens of public health. So what is it that really influences our, infant mortality or child mortality? Therefore, one example, there was a group of scientists who met in Seattle, and what they found was that 1 in 2 persons on this planet is malnourished. And the image of malnourishment, is right from a child born low birth weight, wasted, stunted, deficient in micronutrients, you call any micro, iron, calcium, vitamin D, B12, anything. And then the other end of the spectrum of non-communicable diseases, where even, cardiovascular, dyslipidemia, other metabolic syndrome, and obesity is also a disease. So all this falls under the spectrum of malnutrition. It is not only undernutrition we are talking about. And therefore, it becomes important that and what this group found was that the risk factors for mortality and morbidity of diseases, 7 out of 10 were diet related. Now that is very, very worrisome. If our diet is not healthy and proper, of course, other things, exercise and all matters, but 7 of those risk factors out of 10 were diet related. So I would really bring to the point that food is thy medicine, true. But this was true in the olden era, olden times. Now, all food is not your medicine. What matters is how that food is made, how that food is processed, because that same food could be poison also. If you have junk food, we find high salt, high sugar, high in trans fats. All these are poisons for the body. And therefore, it is for the food processing industry, we have to be very careful that the food that we produce with millets has to be minimally processed with minimal addition of preservatives or additives or emulsifiers or other chemical agents. That has to really, we have to be cognizant of that fact that how we make that food is important. And finally, we have to create a USP for millets, which is a unique selling proposition, a very compelling reason why people should switch over to millets. Ultimately, nutrition is a behavior. And one of the most difficult behavior to change is nutrition after the sexual behavior. And therefore, to bring about that change in our behavior, it is good that during the Green Revolution, millets did not receive any attention. It is very good. And why I say so is because what happened is, if we had the dwarf varieties or other varieties for producing wheat, hybrid wheat, high yield wheat and all, there was an intense use of pesticides and fertilizers. Fortunately, millets did not come into that, and there was no intervention done for millets. So now we are on a level playing field where we can, the ill effects that were born due to pesticides and fertilizers, which have really eroded the soil health. Now we are back into that time that we could do that good to our planet with use of millets. Thank you so much.
Give a big hand. Thank you, Dr. Raj. So you have stressed on the need for good agriculture practices, sustainable practices, so that we are able to produce pesticide residue free, nutritious, biofortified grains. And the very important point they have stressed is the One Health approach. Since the entire ecosystem is organically linked, different components are organically linked: human life, domestic animal life, forests, plants, wildlife, and the general ecology in general. So we have to take care of every single component. Only then can we ensure the health of the entire ecosystem. Thank you very much. And of course, you have gone deep down to the mitochondrial level. And that's where you're talking about the good health originates. We take those points home, and I'm sure people have a lot of questions on that. So thank you very much. So I think it is now time for us to move from one gentleman to a lady, so that you have some difference in listening. Okay, so I will now call upon our scientist, principal scientist, okay, to Dr. Satyavati to share her thoughts. And I've heard you many a time. You are an expert in this domain. I'm sure you'll be able to share very great insights into this. Madam, yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon to all, and thank you, IIMR, for giving me this opportunity. As rightly put forth in this technical session, moving from transformation from food security to nutritional security, and rightly said by the chairman and the panelists now, I move on to the next points which I want to put in front of you. As rightly mentioned, and as we all know that millets are climate resilient Nutri-Cereals and are the ones which can be grown on marginal lands with very little and meager inputs and less rainfall and all these things. Millets are the powerhouses and the food of the future.
Just a minute, I'll ask them to sit quietly there, wait. Huh?
Yeah.
Acha, friends, there in the left-hand corner, can you all hear me there? Can you kindly sit down so that listen to madam here? All of you, please sit down quietly. We should be respecting the speaker. Please sit down. You will not get all these points. It's so difficult to read. It's so easy to listen. Okay. Those other three men there, please sit down. Just sit down, madam. Please sit down, please sit down. Listen with respect. Okay, ma'am, thank you. Continue.
Thank you, sir. So millets are rich powerhouses of nutrients, minerals, and many other things. As rightly pointed out, millets, especially millets like bajra, they are rich in iron and zinc, ragi rich in calcium, and other millets are also rich in other respective elements in little more quantities than we find in other cereals. Now, when we're talking of moving from nutritional security to, from food security to nutritional security, it is not the point that we just speak on. We have to have some points where we take home and we try to implement and get the result. So one such effort we have done in case of pearl millet at All India Coordinated Research Project
on pearl millet. We know that there is good amount of iron and zinc in pearl millet, and already studies have been made by Harvard Place and other research institutes across the country and the world. And they also have come out with some products. And there was a system where they thought that we should come out with very high quantities of iron and zinc. But when we have gone in depth into the studies, and we could find out that though we are gaining high iron and zinc, but sometimes we are losing yield. We don't want to have it at the cost of the yield. We don't have to have the yield penalty. So what we have come out is, we said that since we have this much amount of iron and zinc in bajra, so let us see that in our coordinated trial evaluation process, along with the yield parameters, we should include nutritional parameters like iron and zinc. And we have set a benchmark level of minimum quantity of 42 ppm for iron and 32 ppm zinc. Don't confuse that this is the biofortified highest limit. No, we are saying minimum level. Setting a maximum level is different and setting a minimum level is different. So when we deal with the entries in the evaluation process, generally we look for yield and then diseases and other yield parameters. That's all. But when we started including these micronutrients along with the yield parameters, there was a hue and cry. Though we found out there is a big amount of variability for these two elements, but when we try to combine these micronutrients along with yield, that means there is a lot of research which has to be taken out by the researchers and other partners who are involved in this. And I wanted to put in front of this house that this is the first crop in the world where minimum benchmark levels for quality parameters of iron and zinc were set, and no other crop till date has it. So from 2017 onwards till date, we have come out with a number of hybrids, nearly 35 hybrids with minimum of 42 ppm iron and 32 ppm zinc. More than that we have, but these are the minimum levels. So friends, when we talk of transforming from food security to nutritional security, we should see how we integrate them into our regular practice. This is one. Today morning, also, Dr. Dalwai sir has mentioned about the sustainable development goals, and others also has spoken about sustainability development goals. And just now in the previous session, Madam from Karnataka, she also has said that these millets are named as Siridanya, indicating wealth, wellness, and all these things. So if you look into these things, cultivation of these millets and processing and then putting them into mainstreaming them, this will definitely eradicate poverty. That is nothing but we are trying to achieve sustainability goal number 1, that is SDG 1, no poverty. Then zero hunger, that is SDG 2, where we are trying to eliminate by use of these millets, because these are rich in micronutrients which are directly attacking or trying to reduce hidden hunger. And by this way, we are also trying to improve the overall health and well-being of the people, where again we are targeting the SDG number 3. And then we are also, when we are trying to improve our food habits, when we are talking of One Health, that means we are trying to consume in a responsible manner and also try to improve not only our external environment, we are also trying to improve our internal environment. So that is what is leading to SDG number 12, that is responsible consumption and production. And we are all well aware that these are the climate resilient crops, and these are the answer for the future uncertainties of the climate vagaries. And so again, cultivation and promotion of these millets is going to be addressing the SDG number 13. And very well mentioned today morning by Dr. Dalwai sir, again SDG number 17, that is global partnership. And if we go back to our roots, we all know that we Indians believe in the Sanskrit verse that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are all one. We are all here to support each other. That is where we have to come up with the global partnership. And that is how not only just targeting the production and productivity, only food security, we are going towards nutritional security. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Please give. Don't be stingy with your clappings. It doesn't cost anything. You should appreciate. Thank you, Madam Satyavati. See, you have stressed very well on how to reconcile. One of the problems of our green revolution has been this, that we have focused so much on yield levels, we have not looked at the nutrient content. And genetically, normally one works against the other. So we have paid the cost of nutrition for high yields. Now we have enough food with us. We have the luxury, so we can respond. So as Dr. Satyavati rightly said, they have been able to come out through experimentation as to what is the minimal optimal level of iron and zinc that can be built into the system without a penalty on the yield. Because yield also is that much more important. Otherwise, ऐसा होगा कि अमीर लोगों का खाना बन जाएगा ये, जो पैसा दे सकते हैं जैसे शहर में होता है, ऐसा हो जाएगा. हम तो चाहते हैं कि गरीब लोगों में ज्यादा पहुंचाना इसको. न्यूट्रिशन डेफिशिएंसी उनमें ही है. The rich people are suffering from lifestyle deficiencies, diabetes, obesity, etc. But the poor are suffering from actual nutrition deficiency. Quashy worker, one of the most manifest nutrition deficiency. So this is a very important point that you have brought out. And I think that's a message to all scientists and policymakers. How do we combine the two in such a way that we don't cause penalty of one? So thank you very much. And we shall move on to the next speaker. So now, madam, with your permission, I'll shift to the gentleman. So you can come at last. Yeah. So I'll request Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt, another well-known scientist from the Indian Institute of Millet Research, to share his thoughts. So Dr. Bhatt is yours now. Thank you.
Respected Chairman, distinguished panelists, and august audience who are experts in their own areas related to millet production, processing, consumption, and utilization. So we have been talking about the food security as well as nutrition security. So when we move from MDGs to SDGs, so we have also included many criteria other than poverty and hunger. So now we talk of zero hunger, where malnutrition is a part of it. But from a millet perspective, I wish to put forth several points, and also some of them from research perspective. So when you say millets, so we know it is almost a foregone conclusion that they are rich in nutrition, so we call them Nutri-Cereals. Then they are also climate resilient, and they support sustainable agriculture. One of the main reasons why still we have the small millets in the food chain in the rural area is because they support sustainable agriculture. And then importantly, another criteria is the integrated agriculture, where the field production along with the animal husbandry part goes hand in hand, because millets provide not only the grain, they also provide fodder. So from all this point of view, you see that millets not only provide food security and nutrition security, they also provide much more. So if the role is so important, so from a research point of view, I wish to raise some of the points because when it comes to millets, the food security is still not addressed, I should say. The cost of production of 1 kilo rice and cost of production of 1 kilo millet, if you compare, the cost of production of millet is higher. So the basic reason being the productivity or the cost of production per unit area is lesser compared to that of rice or wheat. So this is the basic grassroots level difference, which is translating into higher cost of millet products, because millets are beset with other problems of processing, shelf life, and so on. So the important criteria is breaking yield barriers. So here, again, we have to make a distinction between the major millets and the minor millets or small millets. So when we talk of nutrition, the real devils are the minor millets. They are rich in fiber, they are rich in protein content, they have many minerals. And if you come to bajra and ragi and sorghum, they are benefited by way of hybrid availability of hybrid seeds and all those things. And from a research point of view, I should say, we don't see any deterioration of nutrient content in hybrids compared to varieties. Okay, what is the difference that farmers say original our traditional varieties are good and present ones are not good? So there are only two differences which I can say. One is the secondary metabolites. What Dr. Raj Bhandari said, the color. The color is because of secondary metabolites, which may be adding to antioxidants or some defense mechanisms, which is really imparting a flavor, imparting a color, and also a taste. So this is basically a difference, and in some cases, it could be a texture also. So these are the main things which make a improved variety or a hybrid less acceptable. And another thing is the other reduction, maybe in reduction in height or maybe reduction in fodder, so which is making it unacceptable from farmer point of view. Then when it comes to consumer point of view, we have three major problems, which are again very complex. It is beyond the purview of this discussion. One is the acceptability of consumer, which depends on convenience to prepare or cook and convenience to consume, and also the taste. And the second thing is the affordability. And the third thing is availability. See, these three are the main factors, and we need to work on this. And these are all researchable issues. And another important thing is when we say these are Nutri-Cereals, there is always a comparison with wheat and rice. When we say they are rich in nutrients, are the nutrients really available? What is the bioavailability? These questions are asked because we are projecting this as alternate grains. So this needs to be addressed in a very comprehensive way. These are the points which everyone knows, and it has been talked about every year. And but we don't see any efforts, any major efforts taken in this regard. And these are the important things to be addressed. Then look at, from when you talk of food and nutrition, you also look at rice and wheat. Nowadays, we also look at those crops which are having, say, we have brown rice, we have black rice, which are again rich in antioxidants or some other nutritional factors. And most important thing is during the green revolution, when we have industrialized the processing of rice, we are losing all the nutrition content from the rice hull, and which is again happening in millets. So what is the difference, and what is the optimal criteria for processing that we need to have in millets? Is it that we want a millet as white as rice, or we have to make a compromise? So this is also an issue to be researched crop by crop, machine by machine, and maybe by region by region. Then another important thing I wish to highlight is how much of the millets which are being produced are really going for food. So how much of say kharif, jowar, and bajra are going for food, and how much is going for feed. So if the feed is a more organized industry than food, where the demand may be less volatile, are we really going to have a good price for these millets? So this is another issue which needs to be highlighted. And so another important issue, because again, coming from research point of view, is we need to identify the source of input nutrition, because when we say of biofortified varieties, okay, we already, if our crops are having very good levels of minerals which are essential, then how we really go to improve it unless we have a source. So what is the variation in the germplasm or even in the farmer varieties? These things have not been looked into, and they need to be looked into so that we can really improve the nutrition by scientific crop improvement. And then finally, so is it that we are increasing yield at the cost of nutrition? So by far this has not been addressed, though there has been no scientific data to support that. But to rule that argument forever, we need to generate data. And I think these are some of the suggestions I wish to make on this occasion. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Venkatesh. See, Dr. Venkatesh has drawn attention to two important points. One is about the cost of production. Cost of production and cost per hectare are two different parameters. When you say cost of production, that is dependent on the yield. Suppose we get 20 quintals per hectare and we get 10 quintals per hectare, the cost of production is different. So if you increase the yield level per hectare by being more efficient in use of resources, then the cost per quintal comes down. So the Commission on Costs and Agriculture Prices, CACP, always calculates cost of production. So you will find, I'm just explaining this because some of you may not be aware of it. Many states keep saying why MSP is single for the entire country. We have only one MSP for the entire country. Why? Then Odisha and Punjab will compare. Per hectare paddy yield in Punjab is 5.2 tons per 52 quintals. In Odisha it is 2.7 tons, 27 quintals. So the cost of production for a Odisha farmer is double compared to that in the Punjab state. But MSP is one. So our answer always is improve your resource use efficiency. Use new technology. It may be easier said than done, but that's the purpose. That means we must increase our productivity by better technology, better seeds, better varieties, better water management. So Dr. Bhatt has drawn attention to improving the productivity level so that the cost of production comes down. And when the cost of production comes down, we have better profits, better savings, and therefore the farmer in the subsequent season is able to invest in new technology. more important, this Dr. Bhatt, I think, has drawn attention to one thing which all of you must keep in mind. We keep saying that our Nutri-Cereals are rich in nutrients, very good in iron, zinc, calcium, protein, fat, calories, everything. In fact, on some of the parameters, they're much better than wheat and paddy. Issue is that available to the consumer? So that is the issue of bioavailability. So this is a very important factor. It may be available there in the water. The water may be available in the well, but you may not be able to lift the water. That is bioavailability. So I think we need to really also focus on bioavailability of nutrients. Is very, very important if you want to transition from food security to nutrition security. So these are two important things among many good points that is brought out. You may like to not raise issues. Some of you may be very knowledgeable in this. You may like to share your thoughts. That's the purpose of highlighting. Fine, thank you very much. And we come to the last panelist of the day. So we have Dr. Aruna, who is a principal scientist at the Indian Institute of Millets Research. Madam, it's yours now. Other aspects of
Last
the-
number kada.
Thank you.
53 years. ఇప్పుడు సింపుల్ ఏదంటే ఈ ఎంట్రీకి ఈ 3 నంబర్. ఓకే సార్.
Good evening, everyone.
ఉంది కదా?
Respected chairman and my fellow panelists.
ఇది మనమే.
And the points put forth are really very good. I agree with all of them. I don't want to repeat any one of them because you already highlighted the importance of the millets and the important nutrition of the walk towards nutrition is everything is discussed. But I would like to put forth this point in a little different perspective. Like, as you said, sir, bioavailability, that is very important. Another thing is we are talking about taking millets as food. That is one thing. On another hand, we are saying convenience foods, because why we lost demand for millets is the preparation is difficult. That is one of the aspects. So we are working towards the convenience foods. Many of the private companies, many companies are into that. Now, while processing the lines are primary or processing, secondary processing, how much of the nutrients we are losing? That is one important aspect we may have to look into it. So finally, what we are taking in, are we getting the nutrients that the small millets are supposed to give to us? That is one important thing we have to look into it. At IIMR and also again the AACRP, we are working for specific end products. We are trying to develop varieties which suits for the specific use. Like we say, for example, I will quote the example of sorghum. Sorghum can be used for diabetic patients, and we also say it is good for weaning foods, but there the requirements are different. In the weaning side, we need which can be digested easily, the food which can be digested easily. On the other hand, for the diabetic patients, we need food which is slow digest. Yeah. So the varieties which are suited for different uses are different. So we have to identify the varieties basically for specific use. That's what we have been working at IIMR. So we branding them and cultivating them in a cluster wise so that the production is also good. So we are working for a specific end use varieties. Even for popping, we have varieties which can pop well. So that also can go for food. Like when we have walked towards nutritional security, it is very difficult to replace rice or wheat all of a sudden. Nobody can do that. So how we can go? We can suggest one meal at least a day should include the millets. Like we have varied options. Like we have breakfast foods. We also have the foods for lunch. We can make different types of rices. Maybe dinner would be, we may not be able to accept in the dinner because their digestion would be difficult. Maybe for breakfast and lunch, we can think of at least 1 or 3 meals in a week to start with. then our one meal in a day. So like that, we can slowly include millet food into our regular diet, and we can, we can improve our health that way. That is one thing I wanted to say. And there are some key issues, sir. Yeah, we can make different products, but the thing is, what is the nutrient, during primary processing, what is that nutrient loss, and profiling, nutrition profiling of the varieties. That is one important thing which we have been looking for. So these varieties, what are all the things that are available in different millets? For all the millets we have been working. And once it is done, I think it gives a very clear picture of which millet can be used by whom. Like that also we can maybe work it out. And then biofortification, as Dr. Tara was saying, this work we have initiated in sorghum also. In our AICRP trials, we have fixed the minimum levels of iron and zinc for promotion of varieties, so that the varieties which come out of that for release and I think they will have a minimum level of iron and zinc that is required for our food. And then another aspect is the red sorghums. We have not been releasing red sorghum so far, red color. In sorghum, we have red and yellow types also. But so far, only white color sorghum varieties were released. Now, under AICRP, we are giving emphasis for the colored ones, because the literature says, and even there are many studies which have shown that antioxidant activities and the non-communicable diseases like cancer and other things can be brought under control by these millets in general and sorghum in particular, red sorghum in particular. So we have started work in that direction also. Red sorghum, one variety is almost ready for release. And even other types like yellow sorghums also have high beta carotene in that. So those are also, we are promoting different diverse types of varieties in that for different uses, sir. That is one thing. As Dr. Bhatt was saying, it's not just grain, even fodder is important, especially when we say in Indian agriculture, both the agriculture and animal husbandry, they go together. And sorghum, the store is all the more important. So along with that grain fodder, how it can be like, the thing is, when we have to increase the production and productive, we have to go for the non-traditional areas. For example, sorghum is being grown in the rice fallow systems to increase the productivity to get that. But in Andhra Pradesh, in Tenali area specifically, but those people are not interested in that fodder. So they are just either burning it or doing that. But if we can, if the farmers are trained to use that as to make it as blocks or send somewhere where the fodder deficit is there. So that way they can earn some more on that. And that is useful for the animal husbandry also. So here, what by any specific use varieties, we would like to say that farmer should get the best, returns per unit area, what we get. So the product, how much product, useful product we can get from the hectare is our emphasis. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think Dr. Aruna has really brought out many very good points. It only goes to show that what we as audience must appreciate, that things are complex. It's not so simple. It looks very easy on the face of it, but if you go to tier 2, you know how complex it is. She had given a very bright example of same commodity is needed to walk towards north, and we expect it to walk towards south also. So there are many complexities. So they are doing research on these aspects. We are happy to know. That means we are on the right track. We are getting prepared for that. That's very well brought out. And so now we'll open the house to discussions. You may ask questions for clarification, or you may like to extrapolate certain things or expand on these things. So just share your name briefly and be very concise so that the speaker is able to respond to that. Okay, madam, yours. Thank you. Yeah, you don't have a mic? Viresh, give a mic, please. One of these mics you can take. I don't know whether they're working now or not. Hello, not working. Just sit. Just hello. This work.
Yeah, a very good evening to everyone. I'm Dr. Jagmeet Madan. I'm the National President of Indian Dietetic Association, and also head of an institution, a premier institution with the, we have a very strong department of food, nutrition, and dietetics. I just want to add to the discussion, and especially to the point of what you very rightly said, that yes, we want millets to be there, millets to be used. We know the virtues of millets, but is the consumer getting what actually we are valuing the millets for? I see, and I'm so heartened to see so many startups coming up with so many different kinds of products. But somewhere as a nutritionist, every time I ponder to think that are we also looking at, the product from a 360 degrees? I know if I'm making a bakery product, I can't do away with some amount of fat, some amount of, refined flour. Can I, or if I'm making a idli mix, or if I'm making a dosa mix, can I add the positive ingredients to the same preparation so that I get the goodness of the millet and I also give the goodness of the additional ingredients? Because I feel again, as a nutrition scientist, that we cannot look at a food in isolation. Because at the end of the day, we are here to provide solution to people at large. And we want people to be using it, starting from the lower to the higher socioeconomic strata. So somewhere that connect of millet with other ingredients, like we talk of food to food fortification. So we've done something like that, you fortify millets with other food so that in totality, what you're trying to get, whether it's the GI decrease, blunting of the glycemic response, whether it's the nutrient, density. So I think all these things are very, very important. And I think as scientists and all stakeholders here, I'm so heartened that all of us want to make products out of millets, but we need to look at it, from a different perspective, that at the end of the day, what are we delivering to the consumer? So that's a big question mark.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Good point. Very good point. So, yes, इसके बाद वही क्वेश्चन उसी पर है या इसका आंसर देने दीजिए, इसके बाद आप कहेंगे. Yes, Dr. Saab.
What Jagmeet has brought out is important. No grain is perfect. There is a limiting factor with millets, that it is deficient in lysine. It is rich in methionine and threonine, which are sulfur containing amino acids, but it is deficient in lysine. That could be complemented by adding legumes and so that the essential amino acids which have to be taken from outside food can be and are essential for growth. So that would be a complementary thing. So a good mix of millets and legumes is important. The second point is with regard to bioavailability, and it is true that there are anti-nutrients in millets also, and therefore the bioavailability. But we had a debate in National Institute of Nutrition, and we debated this point as to, so to my mind, the bioavailability can be altered by processing. I mean, malting, simply malting can increase the bioavailability of iron to 300%, meaning thereby, if we choose the right types and varieties, sorghum would have 4 mg% to 17 mg% of iron. That is the kind of variation in the iron content. So if we choose the right variety, the right type, I think that would be a good choice to make. And processing techniques, soaking and all, they remove the micronutrient, but there is a lot of interest in gut health, and the slow digesting starch, the resistant starch, and the fiber content of millet is very high, and that prevents the leaky gut syndrome. And therefore, the bioavailability, if you improve the gut health, it would be increased. Also, the microbiota flora would be modulated with use of millets.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think Dr. Yeah, we'll give you a chance. This is a very important issue, madam, you raised. So I think we'll spend a little time on this. In fact, I will request both Dr. Satyavati and Dr. Varuna to say this, explore further. You have given a very good answer. Dr. Satyavati would talk about bioavailability. And then since you were talking a lot about the combinations, I think you can also share one or two sentences on how to make it complementary. Yeah? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Coming to the point of bioavailability, a question was raised that whether the available amount is totally available to the human system. Yes, there will be some losses when you process the food and take the food. But in case of pearl millet, I can give examples. When people started developing these biofortified products, there was again many questions put out. You are straight away increasing the iron content in the product. Do you think it is really available to the system? Whether the human system will be able to take it? Yes, there were some certain experiments conducted and studied. In some Karnataka, in some of the schools, they have taken adolescent adolescents. Then they have fed them with the biofortified pearl millet roti every day for a couple of months. So before the onset of the experiment, they have taken the blood samples of these adolescent children. And after continuous feeding of biofortified pearl millet for about a couple of months, then they have again taken the blood samples of the same children. Then they could see that there is a significant amount of increase in the hemoglobin. That means the food, the product you are giving to these children, which is made from the biofortified pearl millet, is fed. That means there is some amount of iron which is being absorbed by the blood. That means enhancing the micronutrient content in these products is definitely helpful. And how much and what is the percentage of the bioavailability of the particular ingredient in a particular variety, again depends on a number of factors, including the genetics. So we should have a right kind of mix and right kind of processing and right kind of cooking, so that whatever efforts we're making to increase or enhance those micronutrients, they'll be made available. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So, Dr. Aruna, please. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I agree with you that no food is perfect, as we, Dr. Sab also told, no food is complete. So here the fortification, like some of the processes what we do while working with millets also, like fermentation for idli making this thing, that improves the digestibility there, improves the availability of the nutrients. Not only that, even the pops which are made, they make some changes in the starch gelatinization, and the availability increases, bioavailability also increases there. The second thing is, even our institute and the Nutri-Hub is working foods in combination with like mushroom and combination with horticultural crops. So we need to look for that combination of foods also, not just millets alone. You can add other foods and make it more nutritious.
Thank you very much. I think we have, आएंगे हमारा उमेंद्र जी, he was our member of the, welcome to that. He has worked as an organic farming committee member also in our ministry. So he has got a lot to say on this. आप पूछिए या कहिए.
मैं थोड़ी टिप्पणी और कुछ प्रश्न है. जब राज भंडारी जी बोल रहे थे तो हमें लग रहा था हमारे आंदोलन का कोई व्यक्ति बोल रहा है। तो बहुत बहुत बधाई, और हम आपको चाहेंगे आप पंजाब हरियाणा में आके कुछ जरा आशीर्वाद दीजिए, अच्छा लगेगा बहुत। क्योंकि न्यूरल ट्यूब डिफेक्ट की कोई बात करता नहीं, आपने की, और पेस्टिसाइड्स के इम्पैक्ट के कारण पंजाब उसको बहुत भारी मात्रा में झेल रहा। मैं अशोक जी ये कहूंगा कि हम कहते होते हैं कि खेती वही जो भोजन दे और भोजन वही जो पोषण दे। अब जो खेती भोजन नहीं दे सकती तो वो खेती नहीं है। अब पंजाब के लोग चावल उगाते हैं, गेहूं उगाते हैं, पर पंजाब की दुकानों पे या आटे की चक्कियों पे बोर्ड लगे हैं कि यहाँ मध्य प्रदेश की गेहूं बिकती है। तो पंजाब के लोग गेहूं उगाते हैं, कहीं और देते हैं, खुद मध्य प्रदेश की गेहूं खाना चाहते हैं। पंजाब के लोग बहुत चावल उगाते हैं, पूरे देश को चावल खिलाते हैं, पर जिन घरों में चलता है, क्षमता है या संपर्क है, आप उनके घर में जाओगे तो वो कहेंगे आपको प्रेम से कि ये बासमती पंजाब का नहीं, दून वैली का। तो आप उगा रहे हो पर खुद खाना नहीं है, तो जानते हैं वो पेस्टिसाइड के कारण अब जो हालत हुई है। तो मुझे लगता है कि उसी कारण पंजाब की दृष्टि से तो इसकी मिलेट्स की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। और जो आपने एसडीजी गोल्स की बात की, मैं उनकी डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा, पंजाब के लिए वो जो भी फिट बैठते हैं, मिलेट्स बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभा सकते हैं। पानी की एक बात है, वो आपने कही है। मैं एक दूसरी बात कहूंगा, वो है पराली जलाने का मुद्दा। हर साल एनजीटी से लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक डंडा लेके घूमती है, हम भी उस पर काम करते हैं। जहां जहां मिलेट्स उग जाते हैं वहां वहां पराली जलाने का झंझट खत्म हो जाता है, क्योंकि बड़ा अच्छा चारा वो पशुओं के लिए होता है। और हम इसका एक अल्टरनेटिव टू द पैडी, जो कम से कम पंजाब और हरियाणा की बड़ी बेल्ट है, पंजाब हरियाणा राजस्थान की, उसमें कहते पैडी जबरदस्ती आ गई है। आप मिलेट्स में जाएंगे तो ये उससे छूट मिल सकती। दूसरा मुझे लगता है कि राज जी को मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि राज जी, ये जो क्या हॉस्पिटल्स में, या जैसे आप पेडियाट्रिशियन हैं, तो क्या पेडियाट्रिक सर्जन या पेडियाट्रिशियंस जो हैं वो अपनी जब वो प्रिस्क्राइब करते हैं तो उसमें क्या मिलेट्स ये किसी ढंग से वो पेडियाट्रिक एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया करा के ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है क्या? वो अगर आए तो प्रेग्नेंट लेडी के लिए भी, लैक्टिंग मदर के लिए भी और बच्चे के लिए भी, तीनों के लिए वो अच्छा होगा। ये कहीं ना कहीं शामिल करना चाहिए। अशोक जी, एक मुझे लगता है कि ये बायोफोर्टिफिकेशन एक विचित्र मुद्दा है। हमें डर लगता है, ये लॉन्ग टर्म स्टडीज क्या हुई है क्या? कितने साल की स्टडीज हुई है? और जो जीन सेट होने होते प्रकृति ने करोड़ों लाखों साल लिए, आप उसको 2-4-10 साल में उसको सेट करके आप दे रहे हो, उसका एडवर्स इम्पैक्ट आपके और मेरे जीवन के बाद होगा तो कौन करेगा? नंबर 1। नंबर 2, ये पोलिनेशन सेंसिटिव क्रॉप है। आपने एक बार उनको हाइब्रिडेशन कर दिया तो हमारा देसी बाजरा, देसी भी सबको चला जाएगा। और बहुत लोग देसी मांगते हैं कि हमको नहीं चाहिए हाइब्रिड। देखिए, मैं ये बाजरे की अगर बात करूं तो देसी बाजरे हम लापसी बनाते हैं, आपने कभी अगर सुनी हुई तो लापसी जो है, जो देसी बाजरे की बनती है, हाइब्रिड कुछ नहीं बनती। तो वो तो फिर जब आपने हाइब्रिड कर दिया, वो तो सारा कुछ बायो कंटेमिनेशन होगा उसमें। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अशोक जी, हमें ये न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति इतना ऑब्सेशन क्यों होता है? ये न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी के चक्कर में, ये ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी थी सर। उसने वही कहा था कि आप ये जो बीटी कॉटन आया, मैं विषयांतर नहीं करूंगा, एक लाइन में कहूंगा, मैंने खुद सुना कृषि वैज्ञानिकों को बोलते हुए कि बीटी कॉटन आएगा तो किसान की पीठ पे जो पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे करने वाली ढोलकी है वो उतर जाएगी। सर वो नहीं उतरी, 10 साल बाद वापस आ गई है, देसी बीज भी चला गया, आपका वो जो पेस्ट है वो भी रेजिस्टेंट हो गया और पेस्टिसाइड भी वापस आ गया। तो ये मुझे लगता है कि खतरनाक एक बात हो सकती है। हर नई चीज के बारे में थोड़ा सोच, और खासतौर पे जो प्रकृति में चीज सेटल हुई है धीरे धीरे, आप उसमें अगर करेंगे तो ये। और आखिरी मैं ये बात कहूंगा, ये आप NNCC आप दक्षिण में कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है पंजाब हरियाणा में ज्यादा जरूरत है, और आप अगर वहां करेंगे तो ज्यादा भला होगा। हमारा पानी भी गया। और मैं आखिरी बात ये कहूंगा कि हमने ये मिलेट्स खिला के पंजाब में सैकड़ों लोगों का की डायबिटीज ठीक की है, ब्लड प्रेशर ठीक किया है, लिवर सोराइसिस ठीक किया होगा, मैं लंबी चौड़ी जानकारियां दे सकता हूँ। और वो है, तो ये इसके लिए बहुत बड़ी वो है भूमिका है। तो मैं आपका आभारी हूँ कि आप थोड़ा उत्तर के बारे में सोचेंगे तो अच्छा लगेगा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद आपको, आपने बहुत सारे मुद्दा उठाया है। आपका कहने का एक मतलब है कि खाली वैरायटीज मात्र नहीं, प्रोडक्शन एनवायरनमेंट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है, वो तो हम जरूर याद रखेंगे। गुड एग्रीकल्चर प्रैक्टिसेस आवश्यक है वैरायटीज के साथ साथ। ये जितने हमारे एग्रोनॉमिस्ट्स है उनको इसके बारे में सोचना पड़ेगा। प्लांट ब्रीडर्स तो दे देंगे, वैरायटीज दे देंगे, मगर हमारा एग्रोनॉमिस्ट, सॉइल साइंटिस्ट, उनको भी सोचना पड़ेगा कि प्रोडक्शन एनवायरनमेंट कैसे चाहिए। तो बहुत अच्छा मुद्दा उठाया है। मैं मानता हूं कि ये जो प्रोग्राम यहाँ तेलंगाना में हुआ है, हैदराबाद में हुआ है, एक पंजाब में करना उचित है। पंजाब, हरियाणा, इंडो गैंजेटिक प्लेन में करना चाहिए, क्योंकि वहीं तो अब आजकल हम ग्राउंड वाटर प्रेशर देख रहे हैं, क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन की आवश्यकता है, तो जरूर एक करेंगे। मैं ये IIM, आप लोग तो सब IIM के हैं, सो डॉक्टर दयाकर राव एंड डॉक्टर मैडम डायरेक्टर वेरी शी, you should now plan to have one next year in North India. That's very important, in Indo-Gangetic Plain. Okay, so all our scientists must move to north to Indo-Gangetic Plain next time. Okay, yeah, आएंगे। इसके बाद आपके पास आएंगे। Yes, आप पूछिए। I think one was there also, one hand I saw. आपका होगा, उसके बाद yours, and then we come there. Okay, briefly please. Okay, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट सेशन भी है। वीरेश, नेक्स्ट सेशन ही था ना? ओके, oh my god. अच्छा, then we see last two questions. We're going to close it now. They have got two more sessions, so sorry. Yeah, quickly.
नमस्कार साहब, मैं फार्मर हूँ, महाराष्ट्र के सोलापुर जिले से आया हूँ।
ओके,
मेरा आज आपको एक सवाल है, एक दो सवाल।
एक ही सवाल पूछिए आज। पूछिए।
एक दो सवाल है सर।
हाँ,
ये जो ज्वार,
माइक थोड़ा नजदीक रखिए।
ज्वारी, बाजरी,
हाँ,
उसका एरिया कम हो रहा है। 2020 में मैं 25 एकड़ करता था।
अच्छा,
25-30 एकड़ ज्वार। गए साल से हम 4-5 एकड़ कर रहे हैं। इस साल तो बहुत कम हो रहा है, 2-3 एकड़। ऐसा पूरे गांव में, हमारे गांव में 1000 एकड़ ज्वार रहता था। गए साल 200-300 एकड़ रह गया। अब इस साल 50-100 एकड़ हो रहा है। इसका कारण है हार्वेस्टिंग के समय बारिश आती है। हर साल बारिश होती, ज्वार ब्लैक हो जाता है और गिरता है। और हार्वेस्टिंग करने का अब लेबर लोग
मशीन
नहीं।
ओके,
उसके लिए मशीन चाहिए सर। जब तक मशीन नहीं आती तब तक क्षेत्र एरिया उसका बहुत कम हो रहा है। एक बहुत
हम तो मानते हैं। गुड, अच्छा पॉइंट है।
गवर्नमेंट को इसके बारे में सोचना पड़ेगा
Okay.
कि आप मिलेट ईयर और लोग खाएंगे लेकिन उनको नहीं मिलेगा। 2 बरस 3 बरस के बाद ज्वार हमारे यहाँ सोलापुर जिला में पूरा 1 लाख सेक्टर है।
ये हमने मान लिया। नेक्स्ट पॉइंट
दूसरा पॉइंट सर, उसको लिए छोटी वाली वैरायटी निकलो जो कि हार्वेस्टिंग की हमारे यहाँ बड़ी है। मालदांडी है, बारशी ज्वार है, गुंड है, दगड़ी है, वो बड़ी होती। बारिश फुहारे के हवा रहती है, गिरती है। इसके लिए हार्वेस्टर नहीं चलता। इसके लिए छोटी वाली ज्वार का रिसर्च
वैराइटीज। दोनों बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट है। देखिए, मशीनरीज हमको बहुत सारे चाहिए। आजकल लेबर नहीं मिलता है, ठीक टाइम पर नहीं मिलता है लेबर। ये तो एक आयरनी है, हमारे देश में एक लेबर सरप्लस भी है मगर ठीक टाइम पर भी नहीं मिलता है। एग्रीकल्चर तो सीजन बाउंड ऑपरेशन होता है, तो नेचुरली फार्म मैकेनाइजेशन बहुत जरूरी है। I will request IIMR and also many other ICAR centers are there in Bhopal, etc., where we will certainly take up all these things. और जो दूसरी point, I think you people can look at Satyavati, that he's telling we need dwarf varieties, otherwise lodging happens, right? And that's a real concern. So ये दोनों हमारे जो भाई शोलापुर से कहा है, क्योंकि शोलापुर तो सोरगम का बेल्ट है। This is important Rabi belt. So thank you very much. And the last question.
Sir, here.
Yeah, please quickly.
Yes, sir. So thank you for the very enlightening talk. Thank you to all the panelists. So the topic was from food security to nutritional security. And sir mentioned about One Health, and he also mentioned about, soil health. So I would like to, as all of you would be well aware, I think the most important issue that we need to focus on is, soil degradation, because it is estimated, UN agencies are estimating that by 2050, 90% of our soil world over will be degraded, and we will have a food scarcity. 40% less food will be available at a time when our world population will be 9.2 billion. So, Sadhguru of the Isha Foundation has done the Save Soil movement recently, where he drove across, 27 countries, 30,000 kilometers. So I think we need to look at, how we can use millets to improve soil health, because that is very, very going to be very important, because the world of the future is also going to see civil wars over, the lack of food.
Yeah.
So that is the thing. So if you can shed light on that, how can millets, used to improve soil health as well? So thank you.
Thank you. Very good point. Yes. That's okay. That's it. Okay. So we'll close it here. You have raised a very, very critical issue of soil. Soil medium will continue to be important no matter how much of hydroponics, how much of aeroponics, how much of vertical gardening we're going to promote. The single point that I would like to share with you about soil is, in the last 50 years, we have looked at soil as a physical and chemically dimension property. That's all. Whereas soil is to be defined as physical, chemical, and biologically influenced structure. The biological property will come from organic carbon. If we don't have organic carbon, we cannot have microorganisms. We cannot have other creatures like earthworms. And out of 85,000 faunal species in our biodiversity, 46,000 are microorganisms, and they are mostly in the soil. We are not providing a conducive environment for our microorganisms. No microorganisms, we cannot have biologically sound, healthy soil. So I think you have raised a very valid point. I think, yes, we should appreciate that Sadhguru went around the world drawing attention to the importance of soil. Let's give a big hand to Sadhguru, So thank you very much. I think we will stop here. I know that there are a lot of issues. Now the veto power is with them, not with me. So, okay, quickly, yeah, because there are 2 sessions, yeah. I think you are, yeah. You should, yeah.
हेलो
बताइए।
सर, मैं मैन्युफैक्चरर हूँ मिलेट्स का, एंड जो भी मैम ने जैसे बहुत बढ़िया पॉइंट रेज करा, एंड देन सर जो मिट्टी के, एंड ही इज डूइंग अ ग्रेट जॉब। इन सब का प्रॉब्लम है अंटिल अनलेस गवर्नमेंट अपने मिड डे मील जो इनके फंक्शंस होते हैं उसके अंदर अगर मिलेट्स लेके आ जाती है फॉर ए कंपलसरी, मिड डे मील में 2 दिन 3 दिन कंपलसरी कर दीजिए। जो गवर्नमेंट फंक्शंस होते हैं उसके अंदर एटलीस्ट एक लंच या ब्रेकफास्ट या डिनर व्हाट एवर इट इज, एक प्रोडक्ट आप मिलेट का रख लीजिए। व्हाट विल हैपन इज कि फार्मर्स विल स्टार्ट ग्रोइंग दैट, बिकॉज उनको उनका पैसा मिलने लगेगा। वंस दे विल गेट द मनी आउट ऑफ इट, तो वो ग्रोइंग सप्लाई डिमांड वाली जो इशू है, दे विल स्टार्ट ग्रोइंग इट। सॉइल डिटोरिएशन विल डिक्रीज बिकॉज ऑफ दैट। और जो मिलेट्स का एक चलन जो है, बिकॉज जनरली लोग क्या है, हेल्दी है तो वो खाते नहीं है बिकॉज इट वोंट बी ए टेस्टी। तो ट्रस्ट मी, मैंने बहुत जगहों पे इवेंट्स हमारे जयपुर के अंदर भी हुए थे, लास्ट दिल्ली में भी हुए। मिलेट्स का खाना बहुत टेस्टी बनता है। सो पीपल जब अवेयर होंगे तो वो खाएंगे भी, हेल्थ भी इम्प्रूव होगी, फार्मर्स की इनकम भी इम्प्रूव होगी, और गवर्नमेंट की जो सपोर्ट कंजम्पशन पावर है, because India is still now driven by government policies. It is not driven by private policies. So government has to play a bigger role in the acceptance and in the awareness of millets.
Sure. Thank you very much. You have suggested the need for a virtuous cycle. We appreciate that. We need to mainstream our millets and so that high volumes are in demand. Thank you very much. So we will stop it here, and I'll hand over the mic back to you, Viresh. But before that, let me thank our 4 panelists, Dr. Raj Bhandari, Dr. Aruna, Dr. Tara Satyavati, and Dr. Venkateshwar Bhatt, all of who have created a lot of interest in you for the millets. Thank you very much, all of you. Give them a big hand, please.
So I thank all the panelists and the chair. So I think we can understand millets are as diverse as the panelists. So we have breeders and biotechnologists, economists, medicine, and definitely this session was a confluence of all the good thoughts about millets. We had farmers, we had millet enthusiasts interacting. So thank you very much for this enlightening session. I would now request our Abhirami to give a kit as a token of affection to the chair and the panelists.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Raj Bhandari, sir, thank you very much for your valuable comments. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Aruna, madam. I thank Dr. J. Stanley, sir, for giving this token of affection to all the panelists and the chair. We would now proceed to the next session. Probably many of your questions or the thoughts that have been unaddressed in this session might be addressed in the coming session. So the current session is on millet value chain, replication and upscaling for mainstreaming millets. So this is going to be a wonderful session. The session is to be chaired by Madam Divya Devarajan, IAS. She is Special Secretary, Women Development and Child Welfare, Government of Telangana. Madam, please come. And we have the panelists in this particular session. Sri Chahat Bajpai, IAS, Additional Collector, Asifabad. We have Mr. Anant Arora from Akshay Patra Foundation. Sir, please come. Then we have Dr. Alok Srivastava, President AFSTI. Sir, please join us. Then we have Dr. Jagmeet Madan, President Indian Dietetics Association. Madam, please come on the stage. Then we have Dr. A. Lakshmaya, Secretary, Nutrition Society of India. Sir, please welcome to the stage. Then last but not the least, we have Dr. K.C. Gumgoldmat, Director, Monitoring and Evaluation, National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management, Hyderabad. We have 2 rapporteurs for this session. That is Dr. Rajendra Kumar, ICAR IIMR, and Dr. Ganesh Kumar, ICAR NAM. So welcome you all to this wonderful session, madam. So over to you.
So good evening to one and all.
Madam, excuse me. We have one more panelist, Dr. Mr. Pranay Sinha from World Food Program. Sir, we would like to have you on the stage, please.
Can you please give me the final panelist list, please? Yeah. No, it's not. Okay, yeah, sure. Thanks. So good evening to one and all. I think the previous sessions were so enlightening that it got a bit delayed to start this session. But I'm sure with the star-studded panel here, I'm sure we will have a lot of good insights from this discussion. So without much ado, I would like to go through the topic right away. Millet value chain, replication and upscaling for mainstreaming millets. So,
Hello. Hello, I'm very sorry. We missed the co-chairman, Dr. Professor G.L. Khanna, Pro Vice Chancellor. Sorry, sir. Somehow we missed it.
welcome, sir. Welcome, Professor Khanna. So I think it would be prudent to give a small few seconds introduction about all the panelists. I would like Professor Gulshan Khanna to start off first so that we all know what is your area of expertise and your background so that the panelists and as well as the audience can ask questions. Please, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, madam. I'm Dr. G.L. Khanna. I'm Pro Vice Chancellor in Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Study. I'm working actually on this sports, millet in sports, how we can use this millet in the plate of sports person, as well as specifically because there are sports person, they are having deficiency in various minerals, particularly if you see they have lack of iron, which is very much indicative of our hemoglobin itself. Our sports person have got very low hemoglobin. If you see the calcium part again, there is a deficiency in that. When we went to the peptide side, protein side, they were having less muscular development, and millet is actually the source of this, which can really make up something if we really put it in the plate from the right beginning on the talented children possibly. So we are working on some project in collaboration with Indian Institute of Millet and Research. Thank you.
Dr. Jagmeet, please.
I'm Professor Dr. Jagmeet Madan. I'm a nutritionist by profession. I'm also the National President of Indian Dietetic Association and a Principal Professor of Sir Vithal Das Thakursi College of Home Science, which is a premier autonomous college of SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. So I'm also privileged to be the member of the National Task Force on Millets. And I think maybe I represent the nutrition vertical towards the promotion of millets and also generating the evidence-based science related to millets, which is pretty much limited, and making it relevant to people at large. Yeah, thank you.
That's really nice to know. Now the director manage, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Good evening to one and all present here. I am Dr. K.C. Kumgolmat. I am working as Director Monitoring and Evaluation at National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management. In short, it is called as MANAGE. So I have around 25 years of experience in agriculture marketing, supply chain, and value chain. Besides that, I am heading FPO Academy. We have opened a FPO Academy in MANAGE, and we take care of capacity building programs of FPOs. So this is in a nutshell about me. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Srivastava.
Hello, this is Dr. Alok Kumar Srivastava, representing Association of Food Scientists and Technologists India, and I am former Chief Scientist at Central Food Technological Research Institute, Mysore, and I am having certain experience in the field of cereals processing, food safety. Thank you.
I'm Divya Devarajan. I'm an IAS officer of the 2010 batch. I'm heading the Women and Children Development Department in Telangana. Very passionate about millets and passionate about this topic. So let's hope that we find some good enlightening ideas and thoughts in this session. Ms. Bajpai.
Good evening to all. I am Chahat Bajpai, IAS officer of 2019 batch. I am working as additional collector in Kumram Bhim Asifabad district of Telangana. I'll be sharing my field experiences regarding implementation of a decentralized millet-based value addition model, which we are doing in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Chahat.
I would like to call upon Lakshmi Agaru now.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and respected chairperson and myself, Dr. Lakshmaya. I am heading the Division of Public Health Nutrition. So I am also National Secretary of Nutrition Society of India, and we have in this society we have more than 6,000 life members are there. All are nutrition background, and everywhere every month we are able to conduct this awareness programs on Nutri-Cereals, and apart from other nutrition subjects. I myself involved in research activities, and we have also developed some of the products, the different recipes and products, millet based, and even our institute, National Institute of Nutrition, we are also conducting some bioavailability. Now, several questions raised: the bioavailability of iron in the different millets, and as well as we are also studying some impact, the randomized control trial impact of different millets on different aspects, especially on diabetes, and even undernourished children also, stunting and underweight, how much it will be reduced, and how it is now several speakers also said that it can be the millet can be compulsory, make it into the government food supplementation programs. So how this food supplementation will impact on undernutrition, improving the nutrition status. Thank you.
Finally, I would like to request Chancellor Sinha to introduce, please.
Thanks a lot, Madam Chairperson. I'm Pranay Sinha, working with World Food Program, and I work on the intersection of millets mainstreaming and South-South cooperation initiatives. Thanks.
Thank you. So Dr. Srivastav has some urgent commitment. So I would request Dr. Alok Srivastav to start off the discussion regarding this topic, because food technology is a very important hurdle for replication and upscaling and mainstreaming. We all think we're all passionate about millets, but when it comes to the food technology that is involved, if there is no right technology available in the grassroots level, then upscaling and mainstreaming will be a very big issue. So can I understand how AFSTI is working on it, and you specifically, what are the suggestions you have for the technology being taken to grassroots level? For example, I'll just ask question from my side. You know, for the last 2-3 years, we have been trying very hard from Food and Civil Supplies Ministry to provide millets for our ICDS program. So we have more than 26 lakh beneficiaries and 35,700 Anganwadi centers. Unfortunately, the main hurdle that we face is that we keep getting paper tigers, that we got allotment of itna jowar, itna bajra. But how do we use technology which is low cost so that we can take this millets to our main programs like midday meal and ICDS and PDS. Over to you, Dr. Srivastav.
Thank you, Chairperson, and a warm welcome for this session. As Chairperson very rightly mentioned about the challenges and bottlenecks of the millet processing. We are hearing since morning the benefits, advantages of millets in terms of the health, nutrition, constituents. We all agree with that. Let us talk something about the future and bottlenecks, what we need to address it collectively. First thing, as she mentioned very rightly, we need to focus on the quality parameters. When we talk quality parameters, not only the present, but during its entire shelf life. When we talk about millets, we all know that shelf life is generally short, 2 months, 3 months. After that, product, due to its inherent size, its fat content, and also exposures, it has its own hydrolytic, oxidative, enzymatic rancidity, and then product gets unacceptable, unpalatable. So that is the major challenge. We need to address it. There are technologies, there are processes which IIMR and other institutions like CFTRI has worked on that. But obviously, we need to strike a balance between the cost and the quality. That is one point, because technologies like probably steaming, then the vacuum packing, obviously, when you talk about, because we went around the stalls here, there are certain products who are selling it in a vacuum pack, which will have long shelf life, no constraint, but cost would be at higher side. So, but again, steaming and all, many companies are using it now, and then they are extending the shelf life. So that also can be used there. Second thing which I would like to focus here about the taste profile. If we are looking for the year of millet 2023, our focus has to be to make the millet products amenable, suitable, compatible to the palate of the youth. Unless until we connect the palate to the youth, it is not going to have significant dent on the population. Youth is the large population coming up, be it a millennial or be it youngsters, because somehow we have noticed that they are not inclined, they are not closer to the millet, mainly due to the taste. Probably we need to have some kind of mix formulation, spice formulations, which can probably the mask what we say, that the unpleasant taste, odor, and other things. So that also need to be worked on that. Another important aspect, which I'm very happy that Dr. Dayakar Rao and team at IIMR is working in a project mode, which is a clinical trial of all those millets. We have been hearing it, that it is anti-diabetic, it is anti-cholesteremic, it is so and so forth. But we need a documentary evidence, scientific data proven with the clinical trial, so that the documents can be put forward, and then we have the validated facts on them. Then only we can make the convincing evidences to the population, regulators, policymakers. So that I'm sure that coming 1 or 2 years, we should have documents on that. We have documents which are based on the Ayurveda and other things, but probably much more on the scientific basis, we need to have that. Next thing, I would also like to put one aspect which requires regulatory support. Recent time, we have seen the moisture content maximum value, alcoholic acidity maximum values, probably they were not meeting the in-field requirements. Probably the alcoholic acidity value maximum was 0.18, which we follow for other grains like rice, wheat, and other things. Now that has been increased to 0.25. But still, we find challenge that if your product has to stay for 4 months, 6 months, the alcoholic acidity value will be rising to 0.25. So probably it need to further go ahead. And same way the moisture content, 12%, 11%, that also we need to probably address, because we are looking, when we are talking about the public distribution system, it need to have some kind of shelf life, at least 4 months, 6 month kind of shelf life we need to have. But present situation, no, it is not possible unless until we do the cost intensive processing, which again is a hurdle. Another point which is important, especially for the entrepreneurs, is because here we see about the 60 to 70, 80 stalls are there. I have gone through each one of them, talked to them, but there lacks to be clarity. I have seen products which is labeled as millet upma, millet biscuit, millet poha. Yeah, but then there when I ask them how much is the millet, how much is the wheat, they say that wheat is 60%, 50%, and millet is 30%, 40%. Obviously, when if you are calling it a millet poha, millet upma, it has to be predominant first major ingredient. It has to be highest in the content of the ingredient. So this all need to be probably included into our policy making and also the awareness. Processing like malting and all, it will always help. Germination, malting, fermentation will also help to address the assimilation of the bio availability of the nutrients. So these also need to be addressed and need to be taken into consideration. With this, I will sum up my comments, and I compliment the IIMR team and Stanley Saab and all the team members for having such a wonderful show here, wherein we have all possible stakeholders. And I strongly recommend the earlier session. Probably next year it has to go towards the north, so that probably because we see when we talk about the millet, mostly it is concentrated in the southern part, Maharashtra and all. It is our duty to take it to the other parts where it is not popular. So thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, team IIMR, for calling me here, and thanks for sharing my thoughts, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastav. It was all valid points that you made. Definitely for vacuum sealing and steaming, clinical trials, regulatory approach, entrepreneurs being also enlightened about the content of millet in their products and maintain ethical standards, processing like malting and germination. It was really a very enlightening short power-packed speech that you have given. I would just like to comment on one thing, which I kept it at the last, the palate. This is very important because we see the rich and the super rich going towards the millet-based foods, and they have a niche market for it. Whereas the poor people who used to eat this in large numbers, their palate has changed because of the policies of the government. We have been pumping rice and wheat to the population so much that a child nowadays in a poor household doesn't want to have, jowar ka roti or bajra ka khichdi, because the palate has changed, and that's because of our government policies as well. So I would like to just give a small example. When I was collector Vikarabad, we tried a small pilot project called Chinnarliki Chirudanyal. Chinnaru means small children. Chirudanyalo is called millets. And the millets here in Telugu, it means smaller grains. For whatever reason, it's called Chirudanyalu. So the little grains for the little ones was the name of the project. And when we introduced this millet meal in the Anganwadi centers, hot cooked millet meal, it really helped the children at a smaller age to pick up this taste, and there was a lot of demand for it later. So I think we take cue from there. Our PDS, our midday meal, our ICDS, if we introduce millets there, then children can get used to this palate, and there can be a large scale acceptance of millet products and millet cultivation to go on. I think you have a plane to catch, Dr. Srivastav. So thank you for joining us, and we will let you go here.
Thank you.
And thank you for your inputs.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just one point to add what she was mentioning. When we say millets, we used to call it is a poor man's food earlier. But when we go to the supermarkets now, the same millets are costing 200, 300 rupees or so, which is a luxury food for any one of us. So probably this is a challenge. We need to address the value chain, distribution chain. But still the farmers are not getting the price there. True. Probably it is the middleman, the price is going there. So that also we need to address. We need to have affordable quality millets. Thank you, ma'am. And I would take apology for chairperson, members and the team here because I have to catch a flight. Somehow the session got late. Thank you and sorry for taking off, man.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Now on a very good positive note, thank you. We'll hear from the young IAS officer, Chahat Bajpai, how she has been able to implement the introduction of millets
in Asifabad district and what has been her experience in taking millets to the grassroots level.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good evening to all. I am additional collector in Kumram Bhim Asifabad district, as I mentioned earlier. Kumram Bhim Asifabad district, it's a very young district formed only in 2016 from erstwhile Adilabad district. It is also one of the aspirational district under the Niti Aayog program. It is like it has a majority of tribal population consisting of mainly 7 tribal groups. Mainly the Gond population constitute the majority of them. It also has 2 PVTG groups, Kolams and Thoti groups, particularly vulnerable tribal groups. So they are also present in the district. So in this setup, in this district, we started a program called decentralized millet processing through ICDS, like in cooperation with the Women and Child Development Department. And the results of this program, the results were so heartening that this district was in news recently because of winning Prime Minister Award for Excellence. Our district collector was awarded by Honorable Prime Minister for the heartening results. It was made possible through the funding we got from Niti Aayog and through the continuous guidance and support that we received from Women and Child Development Department. So I'll briefly tell you about the things that we have done in this under this program. The program was named as Mission Sampurna Poshan, where the Sampurna stands for Strike Against Malnutrition by People's Upliftment through Revival of Nutrition in Asifabad. So as it means revival of nutrition. So that means we had to revive something that has been forgotten, but that had been part of the culture and tradition of the people, but we had to revive it. So it was an attempt to start this millet value chain at a decentralized level, at the village level. The main component we thought of it about is triple C. Triple C, that means cultivation, cooking and consumption at the village level. The cultivation will be done at the village level, the cooking will be done there, and the consumption will also happen at the village level. So this will also make the model very ecologically sustainable because there would not be any logistic cost. We won't be transporting the millets from here to there. And this area also, traditionally, it has been one of the major millet belt. The major jowar, ragi, samailu, foxtail millets. These have been grown in that region traditionally also. But from last few years, from the last few decades, I would say, the people had shifted towards cash crops like cotton. So we just had to remind them, we just have to revive this thing which was already a part of their tradition. So the first main component that was there is cultivation, promotion of millets cultivation in the district. We took the target of 6,040 acres for our district. And so the major challenge that we got in this process was to get good quality seeds, because now especially for the minor millets, the kodo millet, for the for the foxtail millets, getting good quality seeds was also a challenge for us. So in this, we tied up with IIMR, and they supplied us almost 12,000 kgs of like with the approximation of 2 kgs per acre, and they supplied us certified seeds. And through we had taken up some community resource person, and through the agriculture extension officers, which are already there in the agriculture department. Through them, we had taken up this free of cost distribution of the seeds to the people. We had purchased the seeds from IIMR and we distributed it free of cost, but with a promise that they will be returning the double the amount of the seed what we are giving to us. It is also a traditional practice in the tribals. Ki when somebody gives you 1 kg of seed, you return them 2 kg of seed after the harvest. So that this can be made sustainable, and in the next season, we don't need to buy seeds again. Second thing that was there is processing, regarding processing. So for the major millets like jowar, we mostly have that grinding mills in the villages where they can make a jonna pindi, which they call the jowar flour, and which is used for making mostly the jowar roti. But for the minor millets, like in the morning session also, one of the dignitary mentioned ki one of the major reasons why the millets are declining is the drudgery that is involved in post-harvest processing. So for the minor millets, which have this layer coating over them, what we did is we provided them dehuller machines ki at the rate of 1 dehuller machine in one village that will be operated by one of the SHG women. So they will be processing their own also, and anybody else in the village also can come to them and get their minor millets processed. They are very low cost machines, and they are like mixer grinders. They are low cost and they can be easily sourced. So this is what we evolved for dehuller machines at the village level. For jowar, there is one more thing possible is that we can make jowar jonna annam, that is called like a dalia sort of, and rava also, idli rava also. So for that we have set up a unit. Its unit cost is almost 20 to 25 lakhs. So we have set it up at the mandal level. So there the people can come and use it for processing. Next major thing that was there is that to change the food preference of the people. It is actually one of the most difficult tasks. But for our part, like I told you, it is only the revival that we have to do. We don't have to like completely, we only have to remind them what they always used to do. So this was this thing we started by promoting. First of all, the main component that was there is organizing the training session for the Anganwadi teachers. This program was mainly in the collaboration with the ICDS. So one thing that we did is the training all the Anganwadi teachers. We have around 980 Anganwadi centers. So all the Anganwadi teachers were trained in millet recipes, simple millet recipes. They, whatever things they normally eat, whatever things they normally make with rice, those recipes only, like pulihora or curd rice. So those things also can be made with the millets. Bhaji they will make. So that pakoda. So millet, this ragi bhaji they can make. Laddu, ragi laddu they can make. So ragi java, ragi idli or jonna dosa, samailu payasam. Payasam is like a kheer sort of thing. So they will be preparing for every festival. So samailu payasam. So these are some of the training sessions we organized for our Anganwadi teachers. Further, from Anganwadi teachers to the women, SHG women's, what we did is keep in every village we organize these millet food festivals. They have been actually very successful. For every millet food festivals, the Anganwadi teachers and all the rural, the SHG women, small children, they will come together at a community center. And there they will be cooking these recipes. So when the Anganwadi teachers, they will be cooking, they will be demonstrating, they will showing it to the other ladies also. Okay, it is so easy to make these things. So, and then after that, all of them together would be eating these recipes. So they will be liking it, like some of the things like ragi laddu and all. Pulihora, samailu payasam, they have actually come out to be very good. So they will be demonstrating it, and after that, all of them will be consuming it also together. So then after that, apart from this also, we have a program, Giri Poshan, in the PVTG habitations. That is also one of the things to like change the food preference, like madam was telling, from the childhood level, it is also an effort to introduce this millets for the children, for the small children at the ICDS level, so that they develop that palate, they develop that taste by the time they grow old. Regarding this program are the results which have come out, they have been very, very heartening, and we have seen significant reduction in IMR. we have seen significant reduction in MMR. If I quote the data, into 2021, our IMR was 108. It has come down to 71 in 2021-22. So 2021 and 21-22, it has come down to 71. Underweight and stunting has also shown a significant reduction. Almost a 60% reduction has been seen in underweight and stunting. It has a significant impact on agriculture also. Okay, like even despite this floods and all, this year we encountered floods just after the sowing season, so some crop was damaged. But even despite of that, also we have almost 4,000 acres of standing millet crop as a result of this program. So this program has been very impactful. And so now going ahead, we have certain plans like going ahead, we are pushing for borrowing from other districts and other states. We are pushing for millet food carts, okay, especially for near the offices and especially near the areas like parks and all, where we can promote some of our millet recipes. Already we have our SHG women who are well trained in the recipes. Secondly, millet is our one district, one product also. So we want to come up with a brand for our district. So we have a partnership with Nutri-Hub also for incubating a brand for our district. And we also look forward for any kind of partnerships from the MNCs and any type of collaborations who can support us in building this brand and in the development, in the growth story of our district. So with the continued support from Government of India and Government of Telangana, we hope to carry on this project in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chahat. It was really very inspiring. No wonder your district got the Prime Minister's Award. You can see the kind of thought process that has gone into the implementation of this program. What I found very heartening is the concept of giving 1 kg of seed and returning 2 kgs of seed. So this is how conservation happens. So your motto of cultivation to cooking to conservation is a very, very apt process to encourage millets in every district. If every district collector all across the country, around 700 districts are there, if everyone takes this challenge, truly 2023 will be an year of millets. So as a manufacturer here had told about introduction of millets in ICDS, in PDS, in midday meal, I think small short steps towards it has already begun. And if we all combine our expertise and the intentions together, I'm sure we will be able to go towards nutrition and nutrition secure India and the world. So thank you, Chahat, for this enlightening talk. Now we will go to Akshay Patra Foundation. Mr. Anant Arora, is he here with us? No, okay, he's not there. Okay, now we'll go to Dr. Jagmeet. I think she has very interesting points about the diet aspect and the taste and the palate aspect. Because if we have to replicate upscale and mainstream millets, it's very important that it has to be tasty, as well as it has to be nutrition conscious, because with a large population and with the recent NFHS survey indicating that in our diet, there is very less nutrition value in it. So how are we going to solve that problem? For that, we are going to ask Dr. Jagmeet Madan to please give us some solutions.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for this question. And I thank Dr. Dayakar Rao. I don't see him here, but thank you for giving me the opportunity and making me a part of this convention. Ma'am, you touched the right spot. I think as a nutritionist, we always say that India is a carb country. Indians cannot live without carbohydrates. And in millets, we get a solution of quality carbohydrate with nutrient density. So the message is that Indians have to restrict their total carbohydrate content and yet get nutrient density. So here is a solution where through millets, you're getting your quality carbohydrates and nutrient density. So I think it's a blessing. I mean, I'm looking at it from a nutritionist lens. So it's the biggest blessing which we Indians have as a heritage. And I'm so overwhelmed to hear this success story from Madam. And actually, ma'am, the solution of making millets reach each and every individual of this country is to go local. And what the model which was presented was, you identify the local millet, you cultivate it, you look at what are the preparations which are predominant in that community, engage with the community and give them the practical solutions, so that and make it exciting, so that they feel good about it and they feel really nice to do something like this. So I think this model of what you said, cultivation, cooking and consumption, I think every nutritionist of this country would dream. As a national president of Indian Dietetic Association, we have 25 chapters, ma'am, across India. So it's like we can touch every state of this country. And if a nutritionist of every state can do this bit along with the administrator. So today is a time that, we have to converge. And I think I congratulate FSSAI, who took the first step to get the convergence through the formation of NetProfan, which is a network of professionals for food and nutrition. And they got 7 associations together, on one platform, and it also involves the administrators. So which means all of us talk the same language, all of us connect with each other and look at the bigger goal to find a solution. And basically people need solutions. So I think that's one thing which I would really emphasize. Now you spoke about palatability. Yes, Indians love their food and Indians want the food to be palatable. And to my mind, again, as a nutritionist, I vouch for the statement that a nutritious food can be palatable. It's just that we have to, use our innovation. And sometimes networking and, the team approach with chefs. So I think the most optimal combination would be that a nutritionist works with a chef and she gives her technical inputs and takes the expertise of a chef, to get that touch of palatability. I'm sure we are going to provide many, many solutions. And here again, I would emphasize, I head an institution and I have so many youngsters, students, graduates, postgraduates, who are filled with innovative ideas. So I think we need to partner with them, take their innovation, go to our local communities, find these solutions. And again, one more thing which is very important is that it's just not enough doing this. We need to do some impact studies. And I think I'm so glad to hear that you had some markers in mind at the pre-level, and you looked at those markers at the post-level. So I think all of us can contribute in this space, in our own state, in our own place where we are, and adopt communities, use our resources which we have, leverage it. And sometimes I also feel that, we tend to work in our compartments. When we are working at a national level, and I'm so heartened today that nutrition is a national mandate. And because it's a national mandate, we have all the stakeholders sitting on this dais and talking about it. So why not we make a blueprint of a template, which all of us can standardize, give our inputs, wherein all of us, all stakeholders can come together and we can replicate it in the various states from where we come and also maximize on whatever resources we have. So I think these are some of the things which we really need to ponder. And just last 1 or 2 points which I want to make is, ma'am, that definitely I said that millet is an ingredient. So again, as a nutritionist, I have to talk the language of a food. And a food is always a combination of ingredients. So as a nutritionist, again, we need to look at which are the good ingredients which can be combined with millets so that I get the goodness of all the ingredients and not overemphasize on one ingredient. So, and sometimes I feel when you start developing a product, you have limitations that you cannot do without a certain ingredient. But if you look at the matrix of if you can increase the positivity of a product and decrease the negativity, that means supposing if I need to use fat in my product, and if I just enhance the quality of fat, I make sure that I'm having a monounsaturated fat, or I'm using invisible fat, or I work on the flour which I'm using, or I add certain seeds to it. In totality, I'm looking at what I'm mixing as ingredients, but my millets can be the base of that preparation. I think it will work wonders, and we will not come out with many I'm saying we should have processed products because that's the solution. We are looking at convenience. So we don't have that kind of time, but I think all the people who are putting their heads into innovating and coming out with millet-based product should ponder that, what is the blend which we are looking at, what are the ingredients which we are looking at, and also generate the evidence-based science. And I'm quite heartened that through this mission, we are doing, Dr. Lakshmi said, we are doing certain randomized control trial. We are looking at the glycemic index of certain foods. We are also looking at the bioavailability. These have been the concerns of millets. So we look forward to that data, which will make our conviction more strong. And the last point is that, I think we all must have the mantra of Eat Right Campus. So when you say Eat Right Campus, campus is not only my institution, my university. Campus can be any place where you work, where you have set of people who are there working, and you take that opportunity. I really like the idea of the gentleman who said that we must see, it's not only the government, sir. As a head of the institution, if I take a decision that in my institution, whatever gathering happens, I'll make sure that I work with my students and I come out with innovative preparations based on millets and I serve it. So it's just a commitment. And somewhere I feel if the commitment is at the top level, it trickles down and gradually you see the behavior change happening. It may not be successful at the first instance, but somewhere the beginning has to happen from the people who are sitting at the helms of the organizations, and not only just the government bodies. So I think these are some of my thoughts, which I thought I'll put in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jagmeet Madan. It was truly inspiring to hear you. Eat right is the key word I pick up from her, passionate pitch. Eat right is not only starting with the campus, but the family and the individual, which if we all do it at our level, I'm sure the conglomerates which push in maida and different types of unhealthy products, we can pressurize them to make products that are healthy and nutritious. And that change should happen from within is what she ended with. And I truly appreciate it. Now we'll go to NIN, Dr. Lakshmaya. So I want to share an anecdote before we go to Lakshmaya Garu. So from the same region where now Chahat works, in central India, there are a lot of mahua trees. The only thing which the Indians know about mahua is that it's an intoxicating drink, and everyone would love to taste that intoxicating drink. But what people don't know, that the mahua flowers are so rich in vitamin C, and they are used by tribals in their day-to-day food. So they mix it with millets and consume the mahua flowers in their traditional food. which is slowly eroding because many of these tribals are now eating the PDS ration rice and they're forgetting their old traditions. So we tried to do something there, and there we started the Mahua Laddu making unit. You'll be very surprised. It's such a super hit in that area right now, and certain people are ordering it from USA. And NIN has done an impact study of our Mahua Laddu, and they found that, shocking to me as well, we all say vitamin C is highest in amla, the gooseberry. We say that everyone has to eat one. And Mahua almost has, the flowers have almost equivalent vitamin C to that of amla. So when mixed with iron, that is with jaggery and some millets and some peanuts and made into a laddu, and we gave it to pregnant and lactating mothers, the impact study has proven that their hemoglobin levels shot up within weeks. So can you imagine the wealth and the diversity of food items that's already available, but we go and auction tons and tons of mahua to just make liquor. But we are not capitalizing on the product that is available in lakhs and tons, which can be utilized to make products which can save the nutritional security of entire central India, where it is available abundantly. So NIN has done one such impact study, and they partner with us very seriously in ensuring the nutritional safety and security of the children of not only the nation, but also in Telangana in particular. So Dr. Lakshmaya is a passionate scientist who works on these topics. So I hope you can throw some light on how we can upscale and mainstream millets, and what are your thoughts on it?
Thank you, madam. Hello? Yeah, okay. Thank you, madam. So actually, good evening, everyone, and the more than hundreds of delegates still they are there. Now that shows the interest of millets conference, because everybody support is very important to get the millets into mainstream. So, and thank you very much. And before I forget, I would like to thank this Nutri-Hub conducting a wonderful convention here, especially Dr. Dayakar Rao. And here, Madam said that 2-3 points, because here 2 things are, because I don't want to repeat, but the importance of millets from since morning you have been hearing. So it is very, very important. Millets, Nutri-Cereals are very important for food security, nutrition security. And another important is dietary diversity, because dietary diversity is very, very important. We are now, even Madam also said that the NFHS 5 report, the dietary diversity is very, very poor. Only even southern states and some other states also very poor, and it is almost a lower layer. So the millets, if you motivate the millet consumption, automatically the dietary diversity also improves. And another 4th point is even agriculture sustainability and biodiversity also improves the millet consumption. And the demand is increased, the production is increased, even agriculture diversity also improved. And here another important 2 things are there. One is I said in the beginning also, everybody questioned that the iron bioavailability, because a lot of phytates are there, even insoluble fiber is there in the millets that may interrupt the absorption of the iron. And we have also doing one research study on that iron bioavailability in the millets by different process methods. So which process methods could improve that iron bioavailability, and apart from how to remove the phytates and the content, the anti-nutrients. So this is also one project is going on. Probably next annual meeting, we could come with this results. Another 2 studies also we are conducting. One is impact study, and especially young children. So now lot of, now next year also, everybody knows that it is a millet year. And before millet year comes, we have to include in the government funded supplementary programs, like Madam said, ICDS, even MDM. So we are all planning to include, we have already recommended to the government and the government is agreed. And now even Madam just now said that even allotment also coming now. So the from FCI. So now how to utilize is the big question now. So we have to slowly include all the government funded programs. And just now we are also thinking that some of the acceptability trial and so then development of this millet based even THR, that take home ration foods. We are now planning to work out, and once the acceptability, self-life period and its impact, so then we can come with a very full-fledged program into government programs. Another point also, because several previous speakers and even audience also raised that, so we cannot recommend that entire you eat entire life millets only, because we have done some linear programming studies. So what level we have to consume the millets and to get the beneficial effect. Under linear program, the result shows that at least 1/3 of your food you should include the millet. Maybe out of 1 month, 30 days, at least 10 days we should eat the millet based food. Then we will get the whatever the targeted benefits of millets we can get. So this is also recently we have analyzed using the data wherever the millet consumption population, and we have NNMB, National Nutrition Monitoring Bureau. We used to collect the dietary consumption levels in entire India. So now we are also coming with a big survey, and that even Dr. Madan may be knowing, DAP study, the diet and biomarker study in entire India, all 36 states with biomarkers, including impact of even millet consumption. So this even we are going to initiate very shortly. So that also gives some beneficial, how it is a beneficial effects and other things. So another point I would like to say here is the creation, dissemination of this information is very important. Like even Dr. Madan also said that, because I am the NSI National Secretary, and I will be there up to 2024. So another 2-3 years. So we have 37 chapters, state chapters, and we have 6,000 life members. And 80% of these life members are nutritionists and those who are working in the nutrition area. So we have already given the guidelines and we given the instructions to all the chapters, and at least every year 2-3 seminars or even workshops should be on Nutri-Cereals. So we are also from the central headquarters, we are also funding some 40,000 to 50,000 those who are conducting these seminars and dissemination workshops on nutrition. So these 2-3 things are I want to mention. And another one, so all agree that the self-life, another one is self-life also very important, because everyone agree that the self-life of millets is less compared to other cereals. So how to improve the self-life of these millets? So that is also we are working on a research mode. So that will be given maybe another 6 months we will get some results. And the last one is we are also encouraging the other programs, because general awareness, because of not only that, we are also creating some this dissemination program through TV and media. So that is also one channel we want to start from NIN. So we want to give dissemination programs, so then print media and soft media. So that is also one channel we are going to start as a healthy food, and as a now Eat Right program. So we are also partner in the Eat Right program, the Net Profan, and every month we are celebrating conducting different programs to disseminate the healthy food. So these are my important points. I'm just concluding that. So it is Nutri-Cereal is everybody should encourage, and Nutri-Cereal should be making it a part of your diet.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmaya. I think Hyderabad is a very exciting place to be with NIN, IIMR, ICRISAT, Manage, and all the important institutions converging in Telangana and Hyderabad. So we take your inputs with a lot of interest, and I hope Nutri-Cereals will make a comeback, and your impact studies and awareness creations will create a lot of impact. Now, going over to Manage Director. So again, I would lead a question to you. I was collector Vikarabad, where, the place is very dry. It doesn't have major rivers flowing through it. So we had a farmer suicide prevention helpline, and we received a call, and our team rushed to the spot. We found a farmer who was cultivating rice by pumping out groundwater, inundating his field, and cultivating rice. So we asked him, what's wrong with you? Why are you inundating the field with groundwater and then cultivating rice? He said, Madam, you can give lectures about millets, but who will buy my crop? For the rice, the government, both center and state, is supporting it with MSP, and not only just supporting with MSP announcement, but they have procurement centers in every village where rice is being procured. But if I grow millet, will you assure me of a price? Will you assure me of a market? So I rather pump out groundwater and grow rice rather than produce millet. So that's when we got into thinking. So it's very easy to give gyan, and a lot of us do that on stages and off the stage, on the stage. But there are serious problems on the ground when it comes to cultivation of millets. The farmers need a lot of support in their extension activities. We need to really improve the MSP operations. We really need to ensure that we have low cost, decentralized solution for processing them, and innovative ideas for upscaling and mainstreaming them in large government programs. So with your expertise on agriculture extension activities, can you throw some light of how we can help farmers and encourage them to grow millets more and more?
Yeah, thank you, madam. Respected chairperson of this session, and my fellow panelists. Madam, you have raised a very pertinent question. In fact, see, a couple of observations on the lines of what you have observed in Vikarabad. I'm quoting for the benefit of the audience. In Madhya Pradesh, it's a deep black soil. So when I was on a field visit, farmers, they were drawing the groundwater, and they were going for a rice cultivation. Then the same question I asked, why you are drawing the groundwater, and moreover it's a black soil. Once you go for a flood irrigation, salinity, alkalinity will creep and your soil will go waste. He said, साहब हम लोग तो 10-15 साल cultivate करेंगे, बाद में देखेंगे. That was the answer given by the farmer there. And it's a tough job for extension worker to convince the farmers what is right and what is wrong. So, but as an economist, as a marketing expert, this value chain, it revolves around monetary gain for the farmers, madam. So that's why we have seen a monocropping in Punjab and Haryana. Rice wheat combination for the past almost 50 years after the Green Revolution. So this is depleting the natural resource to a greater extent. According to one science magazine, if Haryana continues to cultivate rice and wheat combination, probably in 25 years, there will be another Rajasthan. So they will be deserted. So that's how the resources are depleting. But we need to have an appropriate policy for conserving the natural resource, as well as, now we are talking about climate resilient crops. So all these things, they revolve around what monetary benefit we are giving to the farmers. Now there are two components in this value chain. One is value chain itself, and the other one is supply chain. So in Indian agriculture, we say that supply chain is fragmented because somebody is producing, somebody is marketing, and it is reaching consumers. So there is no organized supply chain. So that is resulting into a high transaction cost. Second aspect of this issue is value chain. So value chain is the activities which are carried out from production point till it reaches consumer. So what is the value added in each stage? It speaks of that. So I am overwhelmed by the experiment conducted by District Collector of Asifabad. With your permission, I think we can document that success story and try to replicate and put appropriate value chain into the place. Now, as I told, unless the issue of marketing is addressed, I think we cannot convince the farmers to go for a particular crop based on the demand or supply of a product. So, market linkage can happen in two ways. One is, government itself is the biggest buyer. So you are buying the produce for your public distribution system. You are buying a produce for government hostels and then institutions. So government should take a lead in buying the produce, because in the present system of marketing, nothing can be done. So as long as intermediaries are there, they keep on exploiting the farmers, and farmer will get a lesser portion of consumer rupee. I am talking of lesser portion of consumer rupee, because many studies they have revealed that in case of vegetables, farmer receive as low as 1/3 of the what consumer pays. In case of food grains, the situation is little better, but still he is getting around 45 to 50%. But remaining 50%, where is it going? It is going to the intermediaries. So that's why we at Manage, we conduct capacity building program on mainly how to aggregate these farmers. So aggregation can be in terms of self-help group, which Asifabad Collector Madam has done, or aggregation can be into new generation farmer producer companies. Now with the aggregation increase in the scale, the transaction cost comes down. So that way the farmer's income can be increased, and aggregation also gives bargaining power. Now a farmer with 10 quintal of jawar, if he goes to market, whatever price trader goes, he has to accept it. If he takes 10 trucks of a jawar or whatever commodity, then trader can be dictated by the farmers for quoting the price. So that way bargaining power increases. So that is another advantage of aggregation. And then of course, linking it to midday meal and all, I have already told madam. This price issue is demonstrated in the case of maize. So with the growth in poultry industry, I think area expansion, especially in the state of Bihar and Karnataka, it has been substantial. Mainly because there is a demand for poultry feed, and in turn farmers, they are growing. Somebody mentioned that, if you start consuming, then farmers will grow. Local consumption issue raised by some of the panelists here. So that is one aspect. The price incentive is very crucial for, dictating the crop pattern. Then on international front, I think we have a greater scope for increasing the export of millets. At the beginning, we can target the Indian diaspora residing across the globe. So we can popularize ethnic foods prepared here in India among the Indian diaspora, and slowly, the other population living there can get used to that food. So that one idea can be, mooted as a policy measure at Government of India level, madam. So that is the other aspect of this, international market. And of course, this secondary agriculture is another issue. So to increase the income of the farmer, the Janaka of secondary agriculture, Dalwai sir is sitting here. So another way of increasing the income of the farmer is secondary agriculture. So millets, bio-waste from bio-waste of millet, we can go for a biofuel production, or we can go for a palatable fodder. Then we can go for many other products utilizing this bio-waste from the millets. So this way, I think value chain, put in place, customizing it to the requirement of the different regions can help in increasing the income of the farmers. So we need to put appropriate value chain in place and then increase the income of the farmers. So these are some of the viewpoints from my side. I thank organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my views. I also thank chairperson who is very logically analyzing the different deliberations. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Saab. It was really enlightening. I take this key point from you that aggregation is the way to go. So by ensuring that the farmers form into big aggregate like FPO or even bigger, then they can have the bargaining power. You've given some very interesting ideas of biofuel, fodder, export, and linking with the government schemes. I think that's a good thought to, carry on with. Now, I think we would go to Mr. Sinha, Mr. Pranay Sinha, who's going to give the keynote address to all of us on this particular topic, how to improve the millet value chain, the replication, upscaling, and mainstreaming of millets. Over to you, Mr. Sinha.
Yeah, I am audible. Can someone please put the slides? So meanwhile, we are being helped by our colleagues to put the slides. Yeah, thank you. So thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to put on record that the thought processes which I'm going to share, I am also beneficiary of many policy dialogues at the senior level. And our Honorable Chair, Doubling Farmers Income, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, our colleagues from Niti Aayog and various state governments. So it's a collective thought process rather than being attributed to me or WFP. It's a collective effort. So with this, next please. So I've been asked by the Indian Institute of Millet Research to introspect on the millet mainstreaming along with the millet value chain. And in this context, all of us are aware, and since morning, we have been beneficiary of various thought processes at the national level, however, external policy pursuit of mainstreaming millets internationally. And the next year, we are running up to the celebration for that. So before doing that, let us put forth a framework which brings our attention to various strands which we have been discussing since morning. And the core of this is the agriculture value chain, and precisely millets value chain. So there are 6 of those various stages: production, storage and transportation, processing, packaging and branding, distribution, and consumption. So entire food system approach of various dimensions. And then the outer dimension is, since Government of India and various state governments are trying to make an extra effort to put it into the mainstream. And so that's why various aspects of mainstreaming is also being thought through. And we have 5 of those. One is institutional commitment and coordination, sustainable and innovative financing, multi-stakeholder partnership, enabling environment for enhanced production and inclusion and safety nets, and finally, not to forget gender inclusion dimensions. So next, please. The devil's is in the detail, that what do we mean by all this? And when we start unbundling, then we figure out that what we have discussed since morning. So I will ask everybody to take a pause and start thinking from wherever they're coming from whatever public policy perspective or a department or the NGO, just see one of that as a space from where they're coming from. And then also think that 5 years before or 5 years down the line, were the same or are they going to be the same? So time and space is a very important concept, which I'll bring to the attention next. But at the same time, before doing that, the previous slide, please. So on the millet value chain, you see there are 6 dimensions which we just mentioned. And then there are 4 of these dimensions, 4 of these indicators against each. And every dimension, for example, production is an interplay of 4 various sub-dimensions. For example, if the farmer doesn't adopt the improved agronomic practices for enhanced productivity, the entire calculation of the policy dilemma at the Ministry of Agriculture and Department of Agriculture at the state level to allocate the millets for supply to the Department of Women and Child Development Department. So despite having those demands in place and despite having those policy intent at the highest level, the production side is just deficient just because of our not attention to one dimension. So everything is important, every dimension is important. And I'll just mark it very briefly: the farm inputs and farm mechanization, the irrigational infrastructure, and the contribution of agricultural research and extension. And all these various dimensions, we have heard a lot of good practices since morning being undertaken by various stakeholders, and there are still challenges and we have a long way to go acknowledging the same. So on the storage and transportation side, the storage and infrastructure, just like we do extend it for the rice and wheat, do we have the same infrastructure at the district level? Do we have enough post-harvest handling technology? Have we thought through the shelf life? And are we providing the handling and transportation costs equivalent to what we are doing to the preferred commodities, in this case with the millets, the rice and wheat? The processing, whether the technology has matured in terms of grading, harvesting, diffusion, and are we giving enough attention to minor millets? The packaging and branding, the nutritional labeling, dedicated support to FPOs, organic certification, branding, all these are very important dimensions. And at the district level or at the state level, various millet missions and initiatives of our own district administration and collectors are doing so that they could put more money back to the smallholders' pocket. Distribution and consumption, as we see that there has been enough of FPOs and SHGs are in place. NRLM from Ministry of Rural Development, we have huge infrastructure of support staff reaching out to our SHG women in every village across India. It is almost to the tune of 10 crores SHG women. So almost each household, each SHG. This is what is the motto of Ministry of Rural Development. So are we harnessing enough the potential of those SHGs in terms of aggregating and using them for different means in terms of distribution? We have heard in the morning the use of lamps in the Odisha Millet Mission. We have heard the use of existing institution cooperative which were mandated to procure the minor forest produce in Chhattisgarh, now being harnessed to procure the minor millet. So instead of creating new institutions, how do we harness our own 70 years of efforts so that those institutions still fit for the purpose for our millet mainstreaming perspective? And finally, last but not the least, on the consumption side, yes, there are a strategy to increase the consumption for millets. Public distribution system, ICDS, and using it in the social safety nets is one of those initiatives where a formative supply would trigger that demand. But then it has to go beyond that because of government entitlements. It has to be used at the household level by their own means. Next, please. I would not go in the mainstreaming dimensions. All of us have heard a lot since morning. But I would like to, next please. I would like to once again take a minute of yours in terms of deciding that, okay, there are good practices across India. There are good practices which we have heard, but then are we going to adapt each and every good practices in its own, how do we take that decision to what to include, what not to include, or whether to contextualize this? And that's where we bring this IFAD framework, the level of maturity of value chain development. And it's a collective knowledge of assessment of their 30 or 40 years of engagement in supporting different developing countries in value chain programs. And they identified, and we believe that the millet value chain are either at the entry stage or the intermediate stage or the nuanced stage, depending upon the interplay of various dimensions we just mentioned. And based on, so every block or every panchayat or every district could be having different endowments. And some of the districts could be advanced, some of the states could be advanced. They are probably advanced or intermediate, but some of the states are still at the entry level, or probably some of the districts or some of the geographies. So it needs to be identified at what level, whether we need to inject a completely 2 crores investment in establishing a millet industry or plant without having enough procurement or without having enough production base in those districts. So probably those investments would not be needed firsthand. So first we need to see the production side and then aggregation. And finally, the next slide, please. Now, bringing back to what government of India is willing. So there are two-pronged approach. One, what we are doing domestically and what we are aspiring to do globally. And if we have to replicate, scale up, mainstreaming millets in India and globally, there could be 4 components. So these are policy proposals, and we have been working through various institutions of government of India and various state governments. So we could have demonstration on capture of good practices, and then those could be used to facilitate policy and institutional initiatives and mainstreaming. Once again, those could be used for the capacity building within India and beyond. And further, there could be strengthening of the monitoring and evaluation framework where the mainstreaming indicators could be assessed and tracked. So in each of these dimensions, we are working with Niti Aayog Agriculture Vertical and various state governments like Odisha Millet Mission. And I would not like to go to the next 2 slides. Those were different pathways, but all of us, we would reach to those stage, and these are scalability assessment. Each and every dimension could be used by every stakeholder, what one would like to adapt, how would you like to adapt, whether you have enough capacity to do so, both financial and human resources, and then that could be thought through. So with this, thanks once again, Chair, for your patience and allowing me to complete this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. I think you've taken great pains to carefully document production, storage, transportation, processing, distribution, and consumption. I think all policymakers, implementers, private and NGO partners need to think about each and every one of the step and how we strengthen all of these processes before we go into the year of millets. Finally, I would like to ask my co-chair, Professor Khanna, the Pro Vice Chancellor of the university, which is promoting sports, as to how he will be able to incorporate millets and upstream and mainstream.
Thank you, madam. The most important factor is one of the thing which we can see in the market is the sports supplements are coming in a big way. It's a big, huge market is there, which people are actually synthesizing certain products, which are basically sometimes harmful. They are being overdosed. But slowly people have started realizing that we should have natural type of food supplements, or we should have a complete plate also. So what I could see the benefit in this is that millet has kind of a complete food which is required by these athletes from the younger stages only. And we thought of that if we can prove this part and we can replace those food supplement and put this millet in certain forms in the supplements or create certain more supplements. Like I'll say that we need to improve the glycogen level of the in the muscle and liver. So how to do it? We start doing it by somehow just giving certain kind of carbohydrate with that food creates more problem. And if millet is there, possibly we can give them enrich them with this particular millet carbohydrate. Similarly, when we see this, the iron part, if we can make it bioavailability of iron little bit enhanced by certain processes, as food technologists have suggested us, and we can really enrich this iron part supplement iron through this and make some iron supplements for the, because most of this our Indian population is suffering from iron deficiency anemia, because they are being put under more stress, more load, more overtraining, and the expectation of high performance, high fitness is really the need of the hour also if we have to compete at Olympic level, and that is what we aspire to be. And if we can think about this immunity part, if we can think about the recovery regeneration part, we need this kind of supplement of proteinaceous, calcium, iron, everything we need to have. And this one millet can be one of the answer of that, and we need to prepare some supplement and give it to that or replace those supplements which are artificially available. So we have started this project now with IIMR and also to see the cognitive functions also. That the mental performance is also very, very important. Maybe we will have some kind of fortification in the food and see that how we can just subsidize with that minerals also and which are most important for improving the mental ability of this. So we'll try to do that from the sports point of view.
Thank you, Professor. That's a very interesting thought. Now I see a lot of my young friends and siblings, they just pop a protein bar before going to their classes or to their work. So this issue of sports food, whey proteins and different supplements is becoming very, very prominent. A lot of people going to gym are being prescribed a whole lot of things without going into what are the ingredients. So introducing millets in these protein products as well as in the sports food nutrition, I think is a very important topic that you have touched upon. So thank you for that. Now to sum up, I think we've had a very interesting panel ranging from agriculture extension officers to IAS officers to dietitians to nutritionists. So I think you had a variety of suggestions today, and I hope this would have definitely enriched you. To sum up, Alok Srivastav ji was talking about how we improve the vacuum sealing and steaming to improve shelf life. He was telling this the regulatory approach needs to be strengthened and also clinical trials and processing. He was suggesting malting and germination to improve the mainstreaming of millets. And Chahat has very passionately talked about Asifabad project. She has talked about cultivation, cooking and conservation and exchanging seed for seed, which is a very interesting topic. And Dr. Jagmeet Madan has reminded all of us about Eat Right campaign. So if we have to really mainstream millets, first we have to change the palate of youngsters, and we also need to start from our campuses, from our offices, from each family, that we should take the oath of eat right. And we also went over to Professor Lakshmaya, who has passionately talked about NIN and its role in ensuring that we bring in millets into different government programs and their different clinical trials which they're doing for ensuring that the impact of millets is the maximum in our nutritional security. And finally, Director Manage has also talked about various ideas how we can improve the millet production and how we encourage the extension activities. Like he interestingly talked about secondary agriculture practices, how it can be used for fodder, biofuel, and where there is a demand, the market will find a way. So he was talking about the chicken feed and maize. So similarly, if we can link the market with the agriculture, and naturally we can go a long way. And Mr. Sinha has carefully documented different stages of the mainstreaming. So I think all of us had different views to talk about, and I hope you enjoyed our anecdotes and our implementation strategies. And all the important policymakers and implementers are there in this forum. I'm sure at the end of the day, and I hope IIMR Nutri Hub will come up with very good policy and implementation suggestions so that we can make the year of millets a truly a successful one and an impactful one for our country's nutritional security. Thank you all for your patience. So now if we have any one or two questions, then we can take them. Yes, ma'am. Can we have the mic, please? We'll just take two questions and close because I think there's a next session as well.
Good evening, Chairperson, ma'am, and wonderful presentation of the panelists and the Chairperson has conducted. Let's give a big hand to the discussion and the pointers raised. I am Professor Kausalya, Professor of Food Science and Nutrition, and I am Registrar of Avinashlingam Home Science University in Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu.
Very
I
nice.
just want to say one or two pointers that way back 30 years back, Dr. Rajamal P. Devdas, an international home scientist and nutritionist, also the then president of Nutrition Society of India, conducted a long-term study in a village where the same concept of cultivation, cooking. So Madam conducted a study on ragi and rice-based diet, of course, not on phytochemicals and others, but based on protein quality and others, and studied the pregnancy outcome in a village and followed up with the children up to 15, 16 years of age, where I joined as a research associate. It was a PL480 project through ICAR at that time. And we are working, we have 40 villages adopted in our NSS. And every weekend, we now demonstrate nutritious recipes, including millet-based. And I'm also the National Joint Secretary of Nutrition Society of India. And NSI gives sponsorship to conduct various programs on millets. So we have a long way, and I'm very happy that we have tied up an MOU with IIMR. Some of our scholars are working on, and Tamil Nadu government ICT is also, we have the nutritious mix, which is called Sattu Mavu, which is given to pregnant, lactating, and also infants as a complementary food, which contains malted finger millet also. So we are all working towards this goal. I have only two questions. The agriculture scientists should say that which variety we should use for which type of products. And number two, we always talk as nutritionists, the phytochemicals on one side as phytates, tannins, and all that, on other side as anti-nutrients. So where do we go for that? And we are also sanctioned with a project on DST, on anemia. We have taken up the study we are going to do with the DST on comparison of bioavailability, as well as we are going to prepare in the form of a Nutri-Bar or Laddu. And we are going to see the in vitro as well as using Kakadu cell model and in vivo availability on anemic adolescent girls. So let's join hands, and thank you for the great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kausalya. I think Dr. Lakshmaya, can you take the second question? Because the previous panel had agriculture scientists. Here we don't, she's sitting right next to you. I think you both can discuss the answers. So now I'll leave it to the nutritionist to ask answer the second part of the question.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kausalya. You have asked a very pertinent question, and you already aware of that. We are doing different trials with anti-nutrients and how to different processes. So we are going to complete maybe another couple of months. So we will get the results. That is one. And before I'm giving to phone to some other person, I want to give three take-home messages. One is we already told, so we are advocating eat locally and talk globally. So that local means all this millets and other things. And second one is you need not eat less. You can eat as much as you want with the right food. So that is second one. So third one is you have to, okay. I forgot third one.
So I think to add on to his answer, we as traditionally, we have several food practices to nullify the anti-nutrients and the other adverse effects, and which food combinations we should have in order to make the maximum absorption. So I think it's also a good thing to go back in a traditional way, like how we would ferment your ragi kool, which you have in Tamil Nadu. So which really, counters the effect of different types of anti-nutrients. So I think there are several traditional practices which have helped that can also be looked into. Then of course you have IIMR and NIN working on how to ensure the anti-nutrients and the other chemicals do not counteract. So we'll go for the last question for the day. The gentleman from behind, please, sir.
Hello.
Yeah,
Madam,
third one, what I told you, third one is you eat for your DNA. But even Dr. Raja sir, he may be knowing that you eat for your DNA. So that Asian Indians are bad genes because your bad lifestyle is the trigger. So that's what the answer is. You eat millet, that is a healthy food. So then you can also have a good lifestyle.
Okay, that was a very racist comment to make, but I think all of us are South Asians here, so we will take it with a pinch of salt. So yes, please go ahead.
मैडम मैं नितिन पाटिल हूँ महाराष्ट्र से.
बताइए.
ये NNCC का प्रोग्राम तो अच्छा चल रहा है, इसमें नो डाउट. डायस पे सभी लोग हैं, सभी है. मैडम ने भी सुबह सबको अच्छा दिया, लेकिन ये इसमें फार्मर कहाँ है? या हॉल में कितने फार्मर्स है? आप जिनके बलबूते पर ये प्रोग्राम बनाने सोच रहे, उनका इसमें कोई हिस्सा नहीं, 1 या 2%. आप जब तक उनके पास नहीं जाते, चाहत मैडम ने एक प्रोग्राम बताया, उन्होंने ग्राउंड लेवल तक काम किया, अच्छा किया है, उनकी वजह से उनको यश भी मिला, अच्छा है. लेकिन इतने यहाँ है, इनकी भाषा किसके समझ में आई? जिसके समझ में आना चाहिए उसके समझ में कोई नहीं जाता है. जैसे आपने बताया कि फार्मर के पास गई, लेकिन वो बोला कि मैं कहाँ बेचूं.
करेक्ट.
ये हाल हमारा है. हम FPP बनाया, पहले बनाया तो उन्होंने बोला जो 10 से पहले हो गई उनको बेनिफिट मिलेगा. बाद में मोदी साहब ने बनाया वो 10,000, जो बीच में बनाया उनको कुछ भी नहीं. अभी बोलते कि नया बनाओ. फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनियां जो फार्मर्स की है वो कहाँ पे पैसा खर्च करेगी? जिसके पास पैसा है वो कुछ भी करके नया बनाएगा, पहले बेच डालेगा, दूसरा बनाएगा. लेकिन जो फार्मर है, जो खुद बनाना कुछ सोचना चाहता है, बनना चाहता है, उस पे कुछ ध्यान देना चाहिए.
बहुत अच्छा सजेशन है जी. सो
थैंक यू मैम.
आई थिंक कैन यू प्लीज रिपीट योर नेम? आपका नाम बताइएगा.
नितिन पाटिल, महाराष्ट्र.
सो पाटिल जी ने बहुत अच्छा बताया कि हमारा फोकस फार्मर्स पे होना चाहिए, बिकॉज अगर प्रोडक्शन नहीं है तो हम जीरो है. विदाउट प्रोडक्शन ऑब्वियसली वी कांट टेक द नेक्स्ट स्टेप. So we should definitely focus on giving them the good inputs, that is the availability of seeds, which is very important. Then ensuring the MSP operations. And in the last panel also, very passionate farmer from Punjab had talked about ensuring that short variety of the cultivation of the crops, the varieties, the hybrid varieties, the natural varieties should all be encouraged. And the extension activities and the machinery should be made available. The FPOs should be strengthened and guided in the proper way. I think he has definitely hit the core. We should all think about the farmers first, and then only the millet program will be a good success. So I think with that positive criticism and with ensuring and pledging that we will take all this knowledge back to the field and also learn from them and solve the problems, we'll ensure that the millets reach to every household, and the problems which each and every stakeholder has pointed out will find solution through IIMR and their wonderful conference that they are conducting. I finally would like to thank IIMR for this opportunity and ensure that we work together, all of us work together to ensure that the nutritional security of our nation is safeguarded. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, Co-Chairpersons, and all the panelists of this session. Thank you, ma'am, that you have already summarized the whole thing. So it's nothing to tell more. So we just felicitate Chairperson and the Co-Chairperson. The Chairperson of this session is Mrs. Divya Devarajan, IAS, Special Secretary, Women Development and Child Welfare. The co-chairperson is Professor Gulshan Khanna, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Manav Rachna University. And the keynote address is given by Pranay Sinha from WFP. we had panelists, Madam Chayat Bajpai, Additional Collector of Asifabad, Dr. Alok Srivastava, President AFSTI, Dr. Jagmeet Madan, President IDA, Dr. A. Lakshmaya, Secretary NSI, Dr. K.C. Gumgalmat, Director Manage. Thank you very much, Madam, and all the panelists and co-chairman and chairman. Thank you. We are squeezing the next session also today because we have 2 more sessions and an announcement. Next session, policy for production, will be postponed to tomorrow. So in that session, if anybody who cannot come tomorrow can join this session itself. The last session for today is multi-stakeholder engagement and industry perspective. The chairperson of this session is Sri N.V. Ramana from Samunati. I welcome you, sir, to come and chair the session. And the co-chairperson is Dr. Pranay Sinha from WFP. I welcome you, sir, to come to the stage to co-chair this session. And the panelists are Dr. Manmohan Lasar from Britannia, Dr. K.V. Reddy from ITC Foods, Mr. Akshay V. Bhatt from GFI, Mr. Pradipto Bishwas, Plata Pharma Asia, Dr. N.G. Malleshi, retired head CFTRI, Dr. Prabodh Halde from Marico, Dr. Y. Hargobal, General Manager NABARD. I welcome you all for this session. Again, the chairperson will be Sri N.V. Ramana from Samunati, co-chairperson Dr. Pranay Sinha, and all the panelists. Is there anybody who cannot come for the tomorrow's first session can also join us, please? Without taking much time, I am handing over the mic to Chair.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. This kind of we are delayed by 2 hours, and who else is coming? Okay. Thank you. This session is we are talking about multi-stakeholders. So, keeping the time in short, I am saying that what is more important from the last session, what we have taken, is that ultimately the farmer has to produce what the market wants. I think what I call, sir was talking about the value chain approach. We have been following on the process of production-based value chain. That's how we have been trained, because the whole agriculture has been on the production base so far and then the productivity based. I think now its time has come to change, to face the consumer face, and also start including all stakeholders. And certainly agriculture, different players in agriculture are not so connected. So somewhere we have to bring in the stakeholder concept to connect each other, and the incentives will have to be aligned. So what I'm going to ask is from the industry perspective, I think there are, all of us represent from different multi-stake holders at some point of time in different stages. So I asked the 3 questions I'm asking the panel members here. The 3 questions would be: one is, how do you make such a complicated agri stakeholders or agri ecosystem into simpler one? What are the 2 challenges you have seen in your career and in your sector? And how do you make it, how do you would like to address, whether aggregation of the farmers or it's a digitization, or 2 things which you want to do from your perspective, so that the value chains will start operating at a higher equilibrium. But the little difference in the value chain approach is that this time you are starting from the markets. So apart from this, you want to talk anything that will increase the efficiency of the value chain, and also making the stakeholders participate with their incentives aligned. That's what is more important. And I'll pass on the mic. So at least 2-3 minutes on the 2 views of what are the 2 challenges and what are the approaches which you want to take to include the last mile farmers from a consumer point of view. I think let's change it, because that's what is the... Okay, sure. Please introduce yourself and then talk. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I think I need to cut short my responses because I have a flight to catch in the next 2 hours. In fact, not even 2 hours. So I'm Dr. Akshay Bhatt from the Good Food Institute India, and I work as a SciTech specialist with the Good Food Institute India for the past 2 years. So just to let you know what the Good Food Institute India is all about, it's a global network of non-profit affiliates, and we are spread across US, Europe, APAC, Brazil, Israel, and India as well. So the whole purpose of our existence is to basically produce protein of food in a just, sustainable, as well as efficient way. So one of the biggest contributors of, let's say, some of the most pressing environmental problems which we have today is conventional animal agriculture. Conventional animal agriculture, you guys, everyone in the audience might be surprised to hear that it is one of the highest contributors of greenhouse gas emissions. It falls in the top 2 or 3, and starkly, it contributes to more greenhouse gas emissions when you actually combine the total transport sector together. And apart from that, there is rampant use of antibiotics in conventional animal agriculture to produce milk, dairy, as well as egg products. And that's something which is coming up as a very, very grave threat to the existence of humanity. And by 2050, people think that, cancer and diabetes combined, antimicrobial resistance is going to overtake in terms of the number of deaths. So quickly jumping to the points which are, I should say, the host today, is that I think in terms of the plant-based protein, so we work across basically 3 verticals: plant-based, meat, eggs, and dairy, cultivated meat, or what we call as cultured meat, where you take a small sample of muscle from animals and then make meat out of it. And the 3rd vertical is fermentation, where we use microorganisms, leverage on their multiplication capacity in terms of biomass fermentation or precision fermentation to produce proteins. And we believe that circumventing the conventional animal agriculture and producing proteins in the way we think we should be doing is going to make our planet more healthier as well as sustainable in the future. And just linking this to millets right here. So I think to answer one of your questions, I think one of the biggest challenges which, let's say, plant-based meat companies today, right now in the market, are facing is basically in terms of supply chain, right? So they don't have this consistent supply chain in terms of quality, in terms of quantity on a regular basis, in terms of the local supply chain. So I think it's very important for us to indigenize the local supply chain, and indigenization and localization of, let's say, ingredients such as pea protein, soy protein, or even millets as base ingredients for plant-based meat is very critical in our sector. I can just give an example about how people actually went through a similar exercise in the US. There's a food institution in US which is called as Berkeley Food Institute, and a couple of researchers there. Their names are Dr. Patricia and as well as Dr. Hazra, one from Austria and the other one from India. They both were very used to eating millets through their childhood, and they found it, very healthy and very, very satisfying in terms of its taste or whatever. So, and they were surprised that millets were never grown in the US because historically, I think millets were initially started growing in China, and then it percolated into India as well. But it was never to be seen in the US. So what they decided to do is, so basically start with the farmers. So they actually put in a grant proposal to the to Berkeley Food Institute, and they got actually funded for this. And then they approached the farmers. They went with the right seeds to them, and they said that, these are some of the benefits of eating millets, and this is why you need to produce in terms of, let's say, soil conservation, in terms of conservation of water, land use, etc. And this was basically an exercise. And at the same time, they also build a community of consumers, because it's very important to see that kind of the right market demand in the background. Otherwise, this will not go anywhere in terms of, the farmers producing as well as there is no consumer demand. That's what we are seeing right now. It's changing, and it will change the future as well. But this was an exercise done in 2014 and 2015. And at the end of this, in this process, they had like 55, 60 community members, and they actually produced or made a millet-based beef burger. You might not believe it, but they made this millet-based beef burger and gave this to these 55 community members or consumers, and they got a 4.5 out of a 5-star rating for this burger. So this is something possible, and this is where I think we should mainstream millets in terms of creating the next generation of smart proteins in India as well. And in terms of demand for plant-based foods, we have done an analysis or a study with Deloitte, and we expect plant-based milk to be anywhere between 5 to 11 crores in terms of market sizing by 2030. And for meat products, we are looking at anywhere between 2 to 6 crores in terms of market demand, in a very high demand growth rate. Like it's basically a range, low versus high, right? So this is somewhere in 2030. So this is the kind of promise which we are seeing in this sector, and I think millets can be a very, very can play a very, very key role in this sector moving forward. And I would just like to end here, because I could have gone and explained more about plant-based proteins, but I really don't have the time today. Apologies, and thank you so much. IIMR and all the organizers today for inviting me on behalf of the Good Food Institute India. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just because you're leaving, I'm also asking you one question. So how do you wish to involve the millet farmers as a stakeholder in the artificial meat you're talking about? Just 1 minute, then you can leave. Yes, because you may not get a chance to ask. I'm asking on their behalf.
See, what I think personally is basically what right now the current trend is basically farm to fork, right? So I think most of the startup companies are directly approaching, let's say, all these farmers in terms of the right inputs for their companies. And I think we can start in a very small way, right? So for example, just not only millets, we can use millets in an inclusivity level. So it could be a hybrid product between soy protein, where the supply chain is very consistent, or a pea protein, where the supply chain is very consistent, and then place millet in between. And then, take it in terms of inclusivity, 10%, 20, 30%. At the same time, also secure that supply chain and directly approach the farmer, saying that this is the price we'll be giving you in terms of the produce you're doing, and this is what the demand will look like for us, and we want so many, let's say, kgs of millets over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years or next decade.
Thank you. I think that was wonderful, because this is going to be the future food. But what's more important, that he started with customers as well as the producer. That's where he wedding the both is the result, and that's where the appreciation came from. Now I request my co-chair to just give few thinking in terms of how do we, the questions have asked the same thing. If it's a market-led value chain, how do you tie up with the more complicated stakeholders or the ecosystem? How do you make it simplify? What are your views and how do you make it simple as going forward?
So thanks a lot, Chair. And I think the answers are not easy.
I know.
And unfortunately, establishing a value chain and taking it from a nascent stage to a stage where it is matured takes a lot of efforts. And markets are, once again, unfortunately, not very forgiving to the small holders who are on the vagary of our climate, who are on the vagary of local price equilibrium, and those who are coming with their own past, access to capital, access to their land, access to know-how, access to information, access to technology. So they are the ones, those who are living on the edge. And there are various stakeholders across the value chain. So for whom would you like to make this processes less complex? Is it for the small holders or is it for the private actors or somewhere in between? There's definitely a role of government departments, those who are trying to engage and trying to deliver as efficiently as possible despite constraints at various levels. So in the process, I think if we have to make it simple, we have to make it simple by having two-pronged approach. One, definitely smallholders are the primary focus of the constituent of the value chain, that in the entire process, if they fail to produce, there is no further value chain. So that has to be in the primary and across any geography, any space. And second, definitely, is that if we are going to add value, if we are going to propose, there is a value proposition for each and every stakeholder along the value chain, that value chain is going to last longer. That value chain is going to mature faster. Otherwise, there will be bottlenecks. There will be less incentives to participate and make things comfortable across the cogs of the wheels. And in each and every value chain stages, you will see that the government would play a role up to an extent, but then the market would take care of its own because of existence of multiple stakeholders. So I'll say these two processes, we have to start thinking through that smallholders realize better income, and then across the value chain, each and every stakeholder has a chance to win rather than lose, fighting or having income in equilibrium there. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that gives a new perspective. I'm also throwing that if you have 25 different products from millets, which you see the innovation that's happening today, there'll be 25 different value chains because the variety will be different, processing will be different, and finally the consumer will be different. So this approach is something I saw him present in the last one. It's pretty good, but it gets more complicated. I'm trying to summarize now only so that we don't have to do it in the end. Sir, next, your view on what are the two things that we'd like to do to make the stakeholders get together and make it simpler agri ecosystem. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Please introduce also, sir, because I didn't have the prior introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, I would like to thank the Rao. Share my thoughts on this. Sir, I would like to concentrate on two aspects. Number one, popularization of the millet. Second one is export potential for the millets. As far as the popularization of the millets are concerned, milling is the mother of all the processing. If you have got a good mill, if you have got a good product with high yield, that automatically gives scope for further value addition to the millet. In that context, several innovations have been done and it is continuing, but still we lack integrated millet mills like the one we know for rice, wheat, and maize. So in that context, work need to be done by the entrepreneurs as well as the institutions. sir, one more thing, with all these developments, when the millet comes to the market, we still find some unhulled grains. So that is a major hindrance for their popularization. People have to pick by hand. Although color sorters and others have come into picture, still the information on separation of that need to be worked out. In that context, artificial intelligence should be applicable or seriously applied to millets. Sir, the other point, what I would like to tell is, we have so many millet processors, small to little medium size. They should also form an association, All India Millet Processors Association. We have wheat roller flour mill association, rice millers association, XYZ like that. So if the millet farmers and processors form an association, they can exchange their ideas. Instead of duplication of the work can be reduced, and they can share their feedbacks and others. At the same time, they can also impress upon government to support them in whatever fashion they want. So the third point, sir, is now millets are going to be global. So in that context, our millets have to be branded. So if we have a millet brands, then it is easy for us to market and export. And lot of Indian traditional foods are becoming global. So we should work on developing Indian traditional foods with all mechanization and following good manufacturing practices, though are readily accepted by the Indian diaspora as well as the other words. So these are the points that I want to make.
Thank you. Good name, sir. Dr. Malleshi sir was saying too, actually, if I were to translate in my words, means processing needs standardization. Number two, it needs a recognized certificate for that product, which is accepted internationally. So I think there are two things he's talking simultaneously. One is, can we standardize the processing of millets so that the end user is very comfortable in using? So that will bond the different stakeholders from the farmer to primary processing to the secondary processing. For international markets, we have to work back from the customer what he wants and then standardize or put a standard. So what we call is, either you call it a gap process or a any other process. So I think that's a very good point, and I agree with you. That's a way to go about to even to bond the two stakeholders. Sir, you are.
Good evening, everyone. I am Sai Krishna representing Health Sutra. I would like to make two limited points, sir. First, as a brand, my primary focus is always consistency of consumer experience. So with millets, that is something that we have always had a struggle with. And what I understand in all my years of interaction with IIMR is that particular varieties have already been developed, which are more suited for milling, which are more suited for semolina making, or which are more suited for flaking. However, what we see is that this information or this knowledge has not yet been fully translated on the ground level through the extension mechanisms these institutes have. So probably that is something that seriously needs to be looked at, because the varieties are there, what variety works for what is already, the knowledge is available, and that probably can be worked on. Second, I also feel that as a processor, the consistency of raw material can be improved if some sort of a cluster level post-harvest processing mechanisms can also be set up using the existing extension mechanisms of the institutes. This will, I feel, solve the problems that a lot of processors face and ensure that they deliver a quality, consistent product to the consumer, which is the same every time. There's more homogeneity. So these are my two limited points. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, for the time being, I'm also asking you one question so that this topic can get closed. That's I'm saying, are you able to translate what consumer wants into a specification which can be passed on to the researchers and then to the plant breeders so that that can be answered?
Yes, yes.
That is something I just wanted
Yes,
to
I
ask.
think even Dr. Malaysi also has done a lot of work in that regard. So that information I feel is available.
That's really impressive, because what is required is to work back from the consumer, reverse engineering the value chains is something what we need to do. Stop at the production, because production has been there. How do you get more money for the same production is something we need to concentrate. I think that's the way we need to go forward. Sir, from your experience, you have been there in Apex organization for years. What has been your interaction with the industry's view of making these multi-stakeholders, and which are in your experience, which are the good ones which worked or which didn't?
Thank you, sir. Myself, Mr. Hargopal, working as General Manager in NABARD. So I just moved from Bombay headquarters to Hyderabad, Telangana Regional Office. You know that NABARD, being a DFI, we have been making a policy advocacy role. And then if you look at the last millet conclave that was done in Raichur in University of Agricultural Sciences, it was conceptualized by us. And then all the, whether it is minister, the cabinet minister of agriculture, finance minister, chief minister of the Karnataka, everyone was there. And it was the entire conclave was done by NABARD along with the US. Wherein Honorable Finance Minister has announced the Millet Challenge. I mean, no, the awards are going to be given in the month of December. So probably you people can look into the program of Millet Challenge, and those startups can apply for that. And also, the announcement was made that NABARD will be funding a millet value chain park, an incubation center, as well as processing and capacity building. 25 crore investment will be made by NABARD in US Raichur. So this is what NABARD is doing in the millet sector. Over and above, if you look at the role given by government, the 10,000 FPOs, prior to that, NABARD has done more than 6,000 FPO promotion. And then Samunati is very aware of what NABARD is doing. So out of that, we can proudly say that 100 FPOs are purely millet based, and we are hand-holding not only these millet based FPOs are working for market linkage. We are doing that, promoting as well as financing these FPOs. We have a subsidiary called NAP Kisan, and which is exclusively looking at financing FPOs. So more than 600 FPOs were funded by NAP Kisan. Of course, in the same arena, Samunati is also working. Similarly, we have a very big startup ecosystem which NABARD is promoting. We are creating agri-business incubation centers. We are not financing, we are promoting through grants. We have given 2 such incubation centers in Telangana, one in Agriculture University, Telangana Agriculture University, and one in NAM, that is AIDEA. Ag Hub and AIDEA, we are supporting. These institutions are supporting startup ecosystem. We are also having bootstrap funding. We are also giving catalytic capital fund in Death Valley project startups. So many millet-based startups are coming up in Telangana, because this is the place where mostly millets are grown next to Karnataka. So NABARD is promoting such kind of interventions. And also, if you look at, because some of the FPO members are here, they're interacting and during the tea break. So what they are saying is that NABARD is also, we have established a NAB Samrakshan trustee through which we are giving credit guarantee to FPOs. So it's the biggest advantage what FPOs can take up. RBI has relaxed certain norms in terms of priority sector. You know that the FPOs, banks financing FPOs to 2 crore to 5 crore is eligible under PSL. So the PSL categorization is there for the banks. Banks also get credit guarantee from NAB Samrakshan, a subsidiary of NABARD. We are giving credit guarantee up to 2 crores. And all those banks, especially cooperative banks and RRBs, which are not member lending institutions and CGTSME, they are all made members in NABARD, NAB Samrakshan. So FPOs can take advantage of financing from these financial institutions and also take credit guarantee. And also the agri infrastructure, of course, some of the FPOs who are planning to millet-based FPOs, if they want to create some kind of post-harvest management infrastructure. NABARD is also overseeing the Agri Infrastructure Fund, wherein inter-subvention is there up to 2 crores at 3%. And these are some of the financial benefits of what millet farmers and millet FPOs can take advantage. The institutions, we are all here, even NABARD through Research and Development Fund, we are supporting even this kind of programs and seminars and even any research. NABARD is, in case of millet areas, if anybody is looking at, NABARD is always there for such kind of activities. And one more activity, when we talk about the millet value chain, of course, now we are also looking at whether banks and NBFCs especially can finance based on the cash flows or underwriting the transactions, because it's a digital era. You have so many fintechs are there, data is available. You have credit scores based on GSTNs, whether it is the digital footprint is available. So we are looking at whether such kind of initiatives can be taken up by the NBFCs and the private sector banks, especially in the value chain financing, and also using of technology, whether it is JIT or ERP models, and also promoting and financing the agri startups which have moved up in the ladder. So these are the areas which we are looking at for promotion of the millets in India. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is something that's required to be done many institutes today in India. NABARD is just not a financier, but they're multi-stakeholder trainers, developers. They work on across the value chain, including standardization. Sir, can I make a simple proposal that there are 40 processors here? We have 100 FPOs and you have an incubation process. Can we connect these 40 FPOs to 100 FPOs in the quantity and quality of the millets they have? Can we do some pilots to make sure that happens? And then, like sir said, can we do the gap and fair trade and traceability certificates, and somebody has to pay for it? If NABARD, like you did for microfinance, how the certification or the gradation charges were paid by. So these are the people who are into process and they want an international standards. Can you run a pilot? Because whatever so far we have talked about across the value chains, it will make them operate at a very high efficiency. At your level, if we can do that, probably we can take it forward to the next level, because you have FPOs, you have an incubation center, you have processors here. Can we do a multi-stakeholder kind of a thing so that once the standardization, like sir said, if you do that, then we are actually ready for the elite market or for the export market. And that will give a higher price rather than an MSP approach. That's my view. Excellent, sir. You are a multi-stakeholder. That's what Samunnati believes in. We are looking at making a open network, and that will going to be my last question. Let us finish the other with others' views. And 2, 3 issues what you face, and then how do you want to address it with multi-stakeholder approach.
Good evening, everyone. Myself is Pradeepto Biswas, and I run Indian Ocean Group out of Singapore, headquartered. We have a platform brand which is called Plataforma Asia, which primarily focuses on distressed agri-food processing opportunities globally. We have been fortunate enough to do this in functional food groups in India. We cover pineapples, coconuts, millets, potatoes, and cashew nuts in India primarily. Of which millets has been a new journey for us. We do not come from a millet background, but we've studied it. We have acquired a couple of brands in the millet space, nurtured them back up. They were all distressed assets as they came to us. And personally, this is the first time that I have come. I have had colleagues who have visited this event in the past. And from what I see is that everybody is basically trying to do the same thing, looking for the same consumer. So one thing that really comes out is there has to be a demarcation of what consumer you're running after in the millet space, so that you can get the share of the wallet of the consumer. That's very important if you're building a business from a cash flow point of view and not waiting for
someone to give you money. That's primarily, that should be the focus of all the startups here, in my personal view. The second thing that has come out is most of the organizations here are good companies, but with zero credit transmission available to them. Now, on one hand, you have a lot of people talking about these like schemes are there, this opportunity is there, but when it comes to appraisal of the scheme, not a single one gets passed. That's the ground reality. So one has to actually look at as to whether the schemes that are announced by the government and other agencies, whether it actually transmits into impact. That's virtually missing in the food subsector in India, which is primarily the reason why we are languishing at 2 to 5% of processing of food. The second thing that's there is the cost of the credit transmission. So what then happens is you have now created a layer of agri-fintechs which have come in, which are all doing great jobs in India. But most of them have created a layer where they're just trying to digitalize what the farmer has and thus charge the farmer 3 times more than what he should pay. So if the poor farmer anyways is unable to uplift, and which is precisely what the gentleman 2 panels or a panel earlier had said, is there's not even a single farmer who's come on stage in this whole event. And that's a fact. So if you do not know what the farmer needs, there is no way that all of us sitting on top here will have any idea of how to solve for what the farmer needs to do. And that's the problem, because the farmer has no idea where to run to set up a company. Once he forms a company, he's told that the rules have changed. So he doesn't know what to do with the company he has formed. And as multi-level or stakeholders where we operate with farmers, so we now directly deal with 40,000 farmers in India, it's hand-built and handmade. And I don't see any reason why millet farmers will have a problem in scale them up, nor do I see any problem with that the millet startups can scale up. There is a consumer available. There are farmers available. And what's missing is what Dr. Maleshi rightly pointed out, is you do not have an integrated approach in creating a multi-stack or a full stack. There has to be a full stack, and that involves everybody who's in this session. And everybody has to take the courage to take the risk of doing it. There is no choice. If you are going to make a change, you have to take risk. You can't have a situation where you have to, whether you ask the startup guy to pledge his whole house and then expect him to then do to get a loan. Try getting a loan from any of the agencies. It doesn't work. So unless that mindset shift comes from the top, and I would request Mr. Hargopal from NABARD to actually push this. If you push it, you will get the solution. There are at least 30 startups here who can all go on to become each 100 crore businesses. In turn, help those many farmers in proportion. That's the reality. There is no credit transmission. That to me is the most critical path in solving for the full stack, which if you cross-integrate with what Sai earlier mentioned, is that the recipes are there, the formulas are there. There are great research institutes in India. We work with 9 of them, and the quality of research is at par with anyone globally. But unfortunately, there is no pickup of the research to commercialize it. That's all.
I think 3 great insights. I think I rightly agree with you that digitization can be a supporter. It can't be by itself. It's not a business. It can, if you have a good process of working with the farmers or across the value chain. And there are many examples like seed industry fully integrated from seed organizers. Whole village does the same seed, same breed. So there is a possibility which can be done. Same thing I think we should do. The second one, as he said, is that are we really working with them in a way that they are commercially want to work with, the way you want to work? I think the third one you're saying is in terms of we have the institutes, we have the consumer awareness, we have the processing sections. How do we integrate? I think that's the approach. At the end of the day, we are still seriously thinking of how do we do that? Because today we play with multiple stakeholders in the sector, and integrating them to digitally can be only a starting point, but the process has to be set right. I think that's where I'm quite happy that you raised that issue, because the digitization is something, if time permits, we'll do it later, but I think you have concluded it very well. It can be a supporter, it can be an enabler, it can't by itself, cannot be anything. It can be an advisory service for which no farmer wants to pay. Sorry. Ma'am, just introduce.
Hi, I'm Meghana Narayan. I'm the co-founder of Wholesome Foods. I run a brand called Slurp Farm, which is a children's food brand. We do a lot of work with millets. Pretty much all of our products have millets in them of some kind. I think, we've been on this journey for about 6 years now. And that journey has been very much, first, I think it was about sort of making the right products, understanding the consumer. But now it really is about opening up, as they say in marketing speak, the top of the funnel, right? And getting more and more people to understand millets and embrace them as part of their lives. Even in India, we're not one big monolith. In the south of India, millets are a little bit better understood than the north. We still get asked really, really basic questions like, is millets rice? How do you cook them? How do you eat them? So, there's a lot of work of education to be done before that massive demand that we're all here sitting on this panel, waiting for to come true. Because I feel actually, finally, the market will correct and every piece of the value chain will start to adjust, if the demand comes, right? So you can build and they will come, or you might, just one day if we can create some demand, for the products, because otherwise, actually, I've been coming to this conference now sort of 2-3 years in a row. It's 40 startups. By now there should have been 400, because, we've given away equity to Anushka Sharma to do a little of screaming and shouting about millets. We need 399 others doing the same thing, right? And then there'll be demand. Or is there going to be just like the milk campaign or the anda campaign that I cannot get out of my head because it came on Doordarshan every Sunday. Rose khao ande, Sunday ke Sunday, like that stuff is in your brain. We need something like that. I feel the rest of it, there are lots of enterprising entrepreneurs. There's enabling agencies like NABARD, to make this stuff happen. So I'm less concerned about that. I'm actually more concerned about so this is just in India. What are we going to do globally? Can the Indian government think really differently? Can we get Leo Caprio, who cares about climate change, Novak Djokovic, who actually eats millets, to talk about this stuff? We're going to have to think differently. We want a different outcome. Same is not going to result in different.
It's just an amazing insight in terms of saying that where do we start the value chain from? When I say it shoots the market driven, market, who drives the market? It is the consumer and more so the housewife. So is she comfortable cooking this millets? If that happens, probably there will be a huge demand, because people are not, I think the consumer spend post-COVID has increased by 25% or so that people are willing to pay if it means what it is. So I think awareness comes from the saying what it is and then how. That is, as you're saying, the north part of it. I think that's true for, if it's an international market, you need to figure out a way to existing gluten-free market. Can you convert them into millets, saying that these are the benefits you get for the same thing? Then you ultimately it comes down to what sir said, you have to have a standard and you need to have a people. So I'm saying even in the many of them, how many of them actually seen the millet growing? They only know the millets as a hand, as you see, but how many people go there? Can you work with 100 farmers? Like he said, he's working with 40,000 farmers. That's the way to go about, so that those farmers will be there for you forever. Then you know exactly what they want and how to do. What do you want? They will grow for you. I think that's the approach when we are taking from the market. So how to cook, and it may start from the kitchen. I think that's why you see in the morning, the whole day started with a kitchen, somebody demonstrating how easy to cook is it. Sir, then your views, and please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Srijit Mulail. I am co-founder of True Element, which is a clean packaged food brand, though we have significant millet as an ingredient. But taking cue from what Meghna was telling, the reason why we are not putting too much millets in our ingredient list is because we need to go and create awareness around what's millet, right? So most of the problem which we discussed, all of us discussed, the fundamental issue is there has to be more demand. At least let's say till 1950s. Let's assume that not many people used rice, right? Nobody used rice as much as it is being done today. But now everybody uses rice. So the day the usage of millet goes up, I'm sure most of the value chain issues will get solved by itself. Because if there is a consumer to buy, the price will go up on the basis of demand. Then the farmer will get the right price. Then the supply chain will get built. Everything will get built. But it's more like chicken and egg, whether supply will come first or the demand will come first. But as entrepreneurs who are building packaged food brand, what we are all trying to do, that as Sai also told, is as of now, assume that in South, at least there is 2 or 3% of the overall monthly grain consumption is millets. Assuming 2-3. In North, it is 0. Okay. Can that 2-3 to go to 10% of monthly grain consumption in millet? But again, by selling it as millet, it may not work because we are used to convenience. So what we are all trying to do is, can we get a replacement? Let's say there is a huge awareness for oats in last 20 years. Which millet can replace oats by taste, by convenience, by mouthfeel? We have figured it out that it is jowar. We are trying to do that, right? So we have tried marking 1 millet for 1 popular grain and give that convenience at the price point which is currently available. That we are doing. If there is a push, little more, as Meghna has told, awareness comes and convenience we build, then demand will come, then farmer will get the right value, then ecosystem will get built. I think that's how we think probably the solution will come out.
Yeah, there's an excellent way of putting it. I think I am really happy with the positivity that's happening. I think we also have one perspective that's called the industry view, which we are supposed to discuss. So I will also introduce myself. I'm N.V. Ramana. I worked with ITC for 20 years. So-called value chain company. Then with basics on ground level microfinancing and, like he said, the stakeholders. Now I'm with Samunnati. We look at ecosystem as a whole, because there is no way you can do anything alone. You know, buying from traders will take you somewhere, but buying from farmer will take you the real place where you want to be. If you want me to share my experience, my colleagues from ITC is not here today, but I can share. If they were to enter into dairy industry, they spend 10 years investing the place where they want to put the dairies, improving the stock, working with them, then they are now into milk products. So it's something what I learned from them is that if you are there in that particular product, you got to be there totally. You have to get immersed into it. And that's the only way you can build value chains. And it's not what I'm saying is like that. They've done it in wheat, they've done it in, and they do much more trade than what they require, so that you build an ecosystem which is easy. Today, a soya or a wheat farmer, a pure individual, so they go, by the time he reaches home, the money is at home. So can we bring that kind of a digitization where a stakeholder, I mean, from a farm level, if he produces something, give him a price and also make sure it comes back to him immediately. So that's the power of digitization. Today, a banana is being bought on a, showing it. The petrol bank, everybody pays by showing a, pay system. So can we bring that kind of a digitization? This is my last question. Spend one minute each to say, what does the digitization mean to you in terms of multi-stakeholder and wrapping them together with a digital system so that it makes sense for everybody? And I'm taking from the group saying that how do we build a platform where multi-stakeholders are into single platform? That's something I think everybody is echoing that philosophy. So anybody wants to say something, then we go to the audience so that we'll close it. Okay. Anybody wants to react pressingly on 1 minute? Yes.
Go ahead. So taking on from what Honorable Chair has just said, okay, am I audible? Yeah. So taking on from what the Honorable Chair has just said, it's absolutely spot on, because unless you build a full stack ecosystem, which is actually invest in the crop, invest in the farmer, and it takes you about 3 to 5 years before you can actually build the supply chain at the back end to support the brand on the front end with the consumer. So which is why, as I explained, we have taken functional food groups, and it's been now 7 years in coconuts. It's been 9 years in pineapples. Millet, we have just started. It's only 3 years. But every functional food group we have built, we have added, we have worked on the database, and we've demonstrated the value with the farmer. You demonstrate it with the farmer, like he rightly said, is when you will make money. Most of the millet brands here are buying millets of traders. So there is aggregation from a trader level, which automatically increases your price point by 30 to 35%. So therefore, your end consumer is also not getting the product at the price point that he would or she would like to pay. So if the full stack approach is followed, the digitalization piece of it becomes an enabler in actually mapping the data points. The different parts of India are growing different types of millets. There are different startups who could focus on particular SKUs, and this is more from an export point of view, because the international consumer's palate is different. And earlier in the morning, as I was walking around, I saw what Meghna's company has done. And the only comment I had about her packaging is the first thing that I reacted was it caters to the market. A Western consumer will look at that packaging and buy it. The rest of the packaging arrives between the 30 to the 70% mark. So if we want to create value-added products, which we want to sell, then we have to work towards the consumer's palate. The consumer is your ultimate paying customer. And I wouldn't say something with on the credit transmission because we've got Sanumati and Nabad both on the dais. But the critical part is that if you actually solve for the consumer, and that is your methodology of solving for the blockage in the credit transmission, which has not happened. So if you have a consumer, you can actually do the reverse engineering of your value chain. And at the end of it, that's the digitalization that you would want to capture, because that's free money. It has its interest free. You don't need to raise any money. And food is the only business that gives you the opportunity to grow your money 3 times in once a year. Now you grow the money 3 times once a year, and then you divide it across your stakeholders. You have every stakeholder who goes home happy, whether it's the livelihood question, whether it's the question of recharging the soil because you could intercrop, and most importantly, you could solve for food security.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, I'm saying if you were really an integrator, I'm saying you take EPC, credit at 4%, go up to the farmer, that 4% will work. Exporter will pay for it. Everything is paid for. So that's something one can do, but we stop here and I request my co-chair to say some kind of a conclusions because he has been an expert on value chains. So from there, we'll take a couple of questions and then we can close it. Yeah.
I'll hand over that responsibility of concluding to the chair because he had been thoroughly probing all our good colleagues on the podium. But at the same time, I'll just throw, it's not a concluding remarks or concluding thought processes because, yeah, every day we are grappling up with some of the other challenges across the value chain the moment when we reach out to any geography. And every geography is so unique to any other geography. If you go to the northern states, if you go to the southern states, if you just go within a state to two different locations, then you see that there are a lot many challenges which needs to be addressed to be, on every aspect. But then what could be the leveler? What policy leveler from the regulatory perspective or what add-on perspective which could be brought in from the private sector's endowment? I think we need to figure out where to do that. One value proposition which we see across the states is that various state level millet missions are in various stages of execution. And industry from various perspectives, I was just trying to figure out somebody from hotel industry. Unfortunately, I didn't get one. But then a perspective coming from the hotel, and I'll just throw in an example. Mahbubnagar in a district, a self-help group member is selling 1,000 chapatis, ragi chapatis every day to hotels. So now, I mean, we are definitely talking about something which is very palatable for urban consumer value chain. But then the reality is something different. The reality is the SHG women, the farmers producer organization, they are the ones, those who are doing it. They are the ones, those who are bringing their own money, putting their own savings and bringing out those money from the self-help group and buying or purchasing it. Either they are making it from their own production surplus, or they are buying it amongst their own group so that it is not sell as a distressed sell. And then they're entering into a marketplace where they have a lot of competition. And obviously, I think the hotel industry there, probably because of the consumer choice and probably because of the footfall, they are finding it palatable to bring back those chapatis, 1,000 chapatis from one SHG group. So I don't think there needs any, there's a need to digitalize that, but there's also a need to identify what are the decentralized value proposition across. And I think that needs a lot of efforts from all the stakeholders. And unless that geography is being scanned, I have seen SHG members, those who have taken loans 200,000 rupees, and just because they've not been able to advance the value chain, they didn't have the forward linkage, it's gone. So there are those cases also, and we need to figure out that, okay, if we have to do that, we have to identify the prerequisites of the value chain so that we can ask smallholders to start participating. And there are prerequisites, preconditions, definitely. Processing, what I call decent investment, decent infrastructure, which provides a forward linkage to all the stakeholders across the value chain, especially if you go through whether it is a minor millet or whether it is a major millet. If the government has introduced an MSP, for example, ragi, that price equilibrium has reached. If the government doesn't go ahead and do the procurement, they would go ahead and sell it in the market. But if the price of MSP is not there in the minor millet, Kodo and Kutki, it would be very difficult to sell the smallholder. So there the private sector would have to play a role, bringing the market equilibrium if there is a forward demand in the urban consumer for Kodo and Kutki, for example. So there are these challenges, and I think we need to figure out these across the geography, because that's what I think. If we have to provide smallholders and across the value chain more, what they're realizing at the moment, we need to figure out those prerequisites and then start working backward. Over to you, Chair, please.
Thank you. Anybody else want to say something? Then I'll just conclude so that we can go. All I'm saying is the value chain approach, what says that's the only way to make the multi-stakeholders work. And a value chain is not that easy. And it could be very short value chain. Is it produced in Mehboob consumed by Mehboob consumer? So that value chain is complete. So it's okay. It is a local market to the local production, value chain is complete. But intrinsic value of the product can only be enhanced by what consumer wants. And that's the only way we can go forward. And as he rightly said, my friend, value chain financing is more complicated than the value chain itself. For example, if I tell you that a maize has got 1,200 different products and all 1,200 value chains are different, they can't be same. The producer has to produce for one particular value chain so that he exposes the value of that particular product. If you make a plasticizer out of a maize, he's going to make much more profitable it's a value addition is much more so that he can pass on the customer. So it's not that easy. People say maize is value chain, is not maize value chain. There are 1,200 value chains of different products comes out of the maize. So similarly, the product is the day you are able to differentiate that value chain. And I'm saying today we are talking about millets. Let's build the standards. That was your point you're saying. And then at each level, consumer level, producer, processor level, and then at a market level. If the standards are displayed, consumer will start exploring the value and it will start getting better and better, hopefully by the kind of transparency that we are able to achieve and traceability we are able to get. So a value chain approach, I see many fora it's talked, but I'm saying value chain financing is more complicated when you integrate the finance. Like he said, you don't need money to give the farmers. The guy, final exporter, will bear whole thing for you. He will give you the inputs, he will give the seed, he will give the labor charges plus profit share, provided you work on the value chain perfectly. So how do you discover the value, intrinsic value of a product is, how do you approach the that product, and then how do you approach the market, and which market you are going, and how do you enhance the value of, or even the intrinsic value, how do you expose it to the public? I think that's the way to go about. And that's the only way to get the multi-stakeholders get interested, and incentives will have to be aligned. There is no other way we can do that. I stop here, and then I maybe 2-3 questions, and then probably we'll close it. Thank you. Yes, sir. Three questions. That's it. Yes, sir.
Hello. Good evening, all. My name is Satya. I'm representing a company called Ravi Foods Private Limited. We manufacture a Duke's brand of biscuits, and also we also co-manufacture for all brand leaders like Britannia, ITC, Parle, Patanjali, you name it. We manufacture for everybody. And we manufacture totally 25,000 tons of biscuits per month. And we use almost 15,000 tons of wheat flour every month. Okay. And now we wanted to introduce millets into this biscuits particular thing. And we also export, by the way, and we export almost 6,000 to 7,000 tons of biscuits to all parts of the world. And US is our biggest market. We face 3 challenges mainly. The one is shelf life issue, because we tested the product and it stays up to 4 months, it's okay. But 5th month, it starts dry. You can't even eat the biscuit. The second thing is it gives a different flavor, like, there's a characteristic odor and things like that. So these are the 2 biggest constraints to, it's related to the palatability. From the morning onwards, and everybody's talking about that. And my recommendation is, government has to push this to the CFTRA, Mysore, or some other research institutes to make it what best we can do to use these millets, whether it's a 20% or 15% or 30% addiction, how to improve the palatability. So that is the most important thing. Of course, simultaneously, we are also working, whether it's an emulsifier or any enzymes or any flavors to mask the raw taste and things like that. We are also working simultaneously. But at the same time, government part of it, if they do something, which will help to our industry. So this is the biggest concern from industry part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other question? Because he gives a kind of way forward also. So.
The kind of question that he has, I think we have answer for that. The panel has discussed each and every point very beautifully. And the things that we have discussed, we can combine in one thing. We, as manufacturers of millets, I have a problem in disposing of the husk that we have. I specifically have a manufacturing unit in Delhi. The man that you were saying that we have a problem where we need to tell specifically North clients what millets are. They are surprised to know that foxtail millet is a rice. So we deal all these issues, and to resolve all these issues, we can build a platform, digital platform, where each and everybody has their problems. Millets manufacturers, millets farmers, all can get combined at the same place, at the same platform. And I think things can be solved. The problem that Ravi Foods are facing, we all have faced. We'll all overcome someday or the other. But to fasten up this process to celebrate 2023 as a millet year, we need to create a platform where issues are being discussed, issues are being resolved. Yes, we have very beautiful institutes such as IIMR and CIFTR. They all are working. They all are working beautifully, and we need to have that technology pass on to everybody to make 2023 a successful millet year. So we need a platform, digital platform, where everybody can get together, where everybody can discuss their issue. And second thing was discussed was farmers are not getting what they are if they are growing millets. honestly speaking, as a manufacturer, I face a lot of issues. The kind of grains, the size of grains are not similar. Little millet would be different in Madhya Pradesh. Little millet would be different in Andhra. Same goes with kodo. So these are the basic problems that we face as a manufacturer, and I hope the people sitting over there, they would be facing the same. So we need FPOs from where at least a scrutinized product would be passed on to manufacturers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question.
Hi, I'm Mayur. I run Jivamrut, which is a hyper local marketplace for local, seasonal, and traditional food. Maybe my question is to Meghna ji, and maybe others can pitch in. So a lot of discussions are happening, providing a lot of opportunity, which is in this space, at the same time challenges in each of the supply chain and demand and all. So is it a right time for a startup with a brand to come in this thing, or is it like a long-term wait game and we should wait for the other things to settle down, lot of government policies and multiple things where supply chain awareness, things will happen and then the startup can come in? Like if a new startup is evaluating where to pitch in, it looks very glamorous, but still like a lot of challenges everywhere. Which as an entrepreneur, we have to handle challenges, but these macroeconomic factors, how to evaluate those? Thank you.
I don't think there's ever a wrong time to start. You have to feel motivated about it every single day. You know, while I definitely, I must be really crazy. Not only I've launched, I've run 2 million brands. So I think, but it's what makes me happy. Every morning I get up really excited to go to work. So I think, there is no better time than right now, right? The stars cannot be aligning as nicely as they are right now. We have to hope that all the pieces come together, but some will, some won't. But you have to answer that question for yourself. Is this what floats your boat? Is this what makes you happy? And then the rest will happen.
Hello. मेरा नाम शेख यदुल्ला है. मैं यहाँ आया हूँ. मेरी जो पास्ट हिस्ट्री है, 42 इयर्स में गल्फ कंट्रीज में स्पेंड किया एज ए सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग मैनेजर की हैसियत से. तो स्टार्टअप के लिए मैं यहाँ ज्वाइन हुआ हूँ. मेरे लिए क्या गाइडलाइंस है?
सर क्या बोले स्टार्टअप के लिए?
मैं कुछ करना चाहता हूँ. आप लोग एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, इसमें क्या सजेशन देते हैं मेरे लिए?
Who is an entrepreneur can answer.
So I don't think there are any guidelines, sir. You should just start. IIMR probably has a very nice setup who will provide you the basic information, I feel, of, sorry, yeah, Dr. Dalwai.
जी.
अच्छा, और एक बार आपको मैं रिपीट कर रहा हूँ. ये नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च मैनेजमेंट, नार्म, यही हैदराबाद में ही है. वहाँ एक एग्री स्टार्टअप का सेंटर ही है जी. एक्सपर्ट्स है, उनका इंक्यूबेशन फैसिलिटी है. वो आपके हमारे गवर्नमेंट के जितने सारे स्कीम्स है, जैसे स्टार्टअप इंडिया है, स्टैंड अप इंडिया है, और सारे बहुत सारे हैं. तो आपको गाइडलाइंस मिलेगा, और स्टार्टअप के लिए जो जो फैसिलिटीज है सरकार का, वो भी आपको पता चलेगा. अगर आपके पास कुछ प्रोडक्ट है या आइडिया है, इनोवेशन है, अगर आप उसको टेस्ट करना चाहेंगे तो इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर में आप कर सकते हैं. वहाँ आपको रजिस्टर करना पड़ेगा. तो आप नाम को जाइए, नाम का एड्रेस आपको हम दे सकते हैं, तो उनको आप मिलिए, आपको पूरा पता चलेगा.
10-15 डेज पहले जो है सो एक स्टार्टअप प्रोग्राम हुआ था.
कहाँ? नार्म में?
जी, ज्वाइन किया था मैं.
देन आपको पता हुआ होगा, वहाँ तो सब जानते हैं. वहाँ उनसे मुलाकात हुई थी कि वो डॉक्टर वेंकटेश्वरलू है,
नहीं किसी से
डॉक्टर सेंथिल है, बहुत सारे लोग हैं वहाँ। डॉक्टर गणेशन तो मॉर्निंग थे यहाँ। डॉक्टर गणेशन वाज हियर, गणेश कुमार इज नॉट हियर नाउ। डॉक्टर गणेश कुमार वहाँ के एक रिसोर्स पर्सन एक्सपर्ट है वहाँ, वो थे मॉर्निंग। वो किसी से मुलाकात नहीं हुई आपसे?
नहीं, मुलाकात तो हुई वहां से, लेकिन मुझे कोई एक
गाइडलाइंस नहीं,
गाइडलाइन नहीं मिल रहा है, मतलब मुझे करना
anyway, आपको वेबसाइट पर भी बहुत सारे गाइडलाइंस मिलेगा। न्यूट्री हब नहीं तो आप जाइए ईसी इंस्टीट्यूट को।
ठीक,
इंडियन, ये हमारे इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मिलेट रिसर्च है ना, रिसर्च मिलेट, ओके, उनका भी न्यूट्री हब है। ठीक है, पास बहुत सारे कम से कम 200 तो आपने सेट 200 प्लस स्टार्टअप उनका आज तक हुआ है। तो आप इनसे मिल लीजिए, डॉक्टर वीरेश।
ठीक,
ठीक है, हो जाएगा।
मंडे और ट्यूसडे में
या आप उनका फोन नंबर ले लीजिए, कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं। IIMR is the best institute आपके लिए।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
गुड।
Thank you, sir. I think we stop here because of the time. We are already late by 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Thank you so much for listening.
At the end of this session, we thank the chairperson, Sri N.V. Ramana from Samunati, co-chairperson, Dr. Pranay Sinha from WFP, and all the panelists. We give our heartfelt thanks to be in this session and have deliberations and discussions. And special thanks to Dr. Ashok Dalwai also to give these questions and answers. Thank you so much, sir.
My job is to make college easier because